Alright, what's up everybody? Why is it all glitchy? I've seen FGO do that before. I don't think that's like part of the game, it's just some glitchy shit. Hopefully that's just the menu. I've seen that before, where it's all messed up like that. 10-year-old game, true. I don't think we get to see the actual finale today. I think that's like New Year's. I'm not sure if like the time gate goes up right after the raids are over or if it's at a set time exactly. I guess we'll see. Let's check out the Lost Belt 7 tree. It's a while though. There's no like story intro. You just go right to it. And these are boring as fuck, dude. The demon gods were cooler and they were a bit boring, but I have the Bond things back. The Bond, I thought they'd do this. Bond 15 won't do anything. Yeah, game's all glitchy though. Maybe I need to reset the emulator. Nah, it's all glitchy, dude. What the fuck? I guess I'll reset it here in a second. I don't know. I wonder if the APK is corrupt or something. Yeah, what the fuck? So, is that the version of her from Babylon, or is it a new one? That jackass. She's from PHH. So how'd she get summoned? Wouldn't she just body it? Oh, Cuckoo. Yeah, I mean, between Cuckoo and Areshigal, I'm pretty sure they would just body the shit out of this thing. I mean, just because Ort ate it doesn't mean it's strong. Yeah, the game's like glitching the fuck out. I'm gonna reset the emulator and see if that helps. I think the ABK might be corrupt or something. I've seen FGO do that before though in the past, and I don't really remember what caused it. One moment.
Honey to me, poison to you.
I think they gave the raids an outrageous amount of HP to make sure, and then what they normally do, because it's all about optics and whatnot, is the HP's a lie. Like they've started doing this a lot now. They didn't do this as much back in the day, and that's why like the Korean server had problems. But like the HP has like a timer, where, like it will finish at a certain time, but then the players can speed it up, and like they'll have it kind of just drain at a set interval. which can be very, very, very slow, but they'll like make sure it doesn't get stuck. Like they definitely manipulate that stuff. Okay, it's not glitchy anymore. So the old turn it on and off again worked. Let me resize the screen here. There we go. That looks pretty good. All right, good. Yeah, I remember those gooder raids only lasted a few minutes. It was fucked up. Okay, are you allowed to bring grands? Can you use whatever class you want? Looks like you can use whatever class you want. That's good. All right, Ace deserves it. Don't tell him that. Oh, baby, we can finally do this. Oh, boy. I don't even know where to start. There's so much bullshit you could do here. I'm on my alt account, though, so actually I can't do anything too crazy. Actually, we should play this on the main, then. Shouldn't we? We'll do, like, this one on the alt, but, like, I don't need to record this. So, like, yeah, we could do this on the main account. And my main's way stronger, so... Let's see. Yeah, your grands get 3 CEs. Well, you must not have kept up. That's some old news now. Oh yeah, Caster will give you, that buster thing. Yeah, I might record the final fight of the raids if they're any good, but you can do that later anyway, so... Wait, did they change it? Is this not the Bond one anymore? The fuck? Why can't I pick a QP one? Are we not allowed to bring those? Did they figure... what the fuck? I don't get it. Especially the QP one, because, like, there's no reason I couldn't pick a QP one. The fuck? I don't understand. What the fuck? Why can't I pick my shit? Oh yeah, he needs Bond. I mean, why would they being a grand have anything to do with it? I just want to equip a fucking CE. Swear to God, if I can just find it manually, I'm gonna be so fucking angry. This fucking game, dude. Is it because they're on a grand? Like, what the fuck? That doesn't matter. Like, that shouldn't mean you can't click it. It should just be like, if I click it and it goes to it, it should then just show them that they're already equipped to someone else. It shouldn't just stop you from selecting it in the first place. Why can I select it now? Even with this on, it should just show nothing, right? There's no reason to block out the fucking filter, because then if you go to it and they're not there, you're like, oh hey, I've got the filter on, right? There's no reason for it to just be like, oh no, you can't even click that. Like, Jesus Christ, dude. That means though they should really have stuff that gives them a stat. Whatever. It can't be that hard, right? No unlimited team cost. Oh my God. I don't understand jack about FGO now. Healing is happening. Yeah, probably for the best. That's Blob Slide you're thinking of. And that's Duchess when fighting a hard boss in Night Rain. Just scooted all over the map. That's an interesting look. So it has its NP right off the rip. That is a lot of fucking health. Okay, we might want to bring the Switch Mystic Code so we can actually like buff stack properly. I mean, how hard can it hit? Like this guts is not necessary, but we'll see. God damn it. Shakespeare might stun and run everything. So my saber tree and my ult's not unlocked enough to get the attack up. Big damage. Okay, his damage is a joke. So I didn't need that guts at all. What the hell was that? Oh, the song's a remix of the like Lost Belt 7 battle theme and like Cuckoo's MP theme and all that. That's cool. Kind of lame that Cuckoo didn't really do anything in the intro and she's the strongest one there. Like what the fuck? Why didn't I use this? The fuck am I doing? We can cope that Ort is coming. I think he's probably referring to like David or something. Like, I'd be thrilled if Ort showed up, but I don't see that happening. Okay. Damn, that crit. Oh, no, got him anyway. What's he drop? Hero proofs. Drop hero proofs. Shit. That's not hero proofs. Although, hey, Lancer Gem. LB6 drops hero proofs. Okay, good to know. What class? I want to fight a archer or a berserker so I can see my coups damage. Saber, bullshit. Yeah, they don't fucking show you on that menu. What the hell? I guess because of the intro stage. All right, let's jump on the main account here. One moment. Yeah, so which one's Berserker or Archer? LB1 tree is Zerker. It's probably getting wrecked. I should probably do that one before it gets deleted. It has bones. Yeah, it makes sense. LB5 is Archer. Oh yeah, I gotta download the patch. Okay. Get the music while we wait. Not that loud. We should check out Lost Belt 5. See, maybe Mars is there. I doubt it, but you never know. Yeah, very little story progression today. Whenever these are over, I guess that's gonna be the last bit of story. Yeah, so far, I don't like hate the finale, but it's not very memorable compared to the finale of 1.0, and like the story itself is kind of silly. Yeah, let's do 5 real quick. I just want to see. Why can't I? What the game? Yes, yes, game. So, is this something to do with MASH specifically? Or like overcharge happens based on something? He's NP5 for this raid. I don't know why. That's really weird. Yeah, why not just give her the NP upgrade then? Like have a little story segment you have to do to intro into these raids, and that just unlocks it. Like what the hell? Damn it, I didn't turn the music on. I'll do that when we get in. Okay, the Lost Belt 5 tree didn't get to do shit. Oh, the lad. Wonder if Achilles is unnerfed this time. Fucking meth. So very Lost Belt 5-1. There's Odysseus, but very Lost Belt 5-1 right now. I was gonna say that power Achilles is super strong, but yeah, they considering what Lost Belt 7 had, they could use some extra beef here. Oh yeah, because of 5.5. Lost Belt 5 tree is the most grown, so it's like OP. Okay, yeah, that'd help. Where the fuck is Canis? That music timing. Oh shit. Shouldn't Mars be here then? Oh shit. Why are they not playable, dude? What's wrong with this game? Really, he should be able to just solo the tree. This is probably why they made it the strongest tree, though. Oh shit, that's right, he was there. There's the boy. Everybody but Canis, though, what the hell? I swear those Zeus could just solo this shit. Although maybe they're nerfed here, like they can only use their terminal forms and not the robot forms. Something like that. I could totally see them doing it that way. Nice try, Blue Note. You should have said, like, see Canis, you know, like, implying like you're gonna say, see Canis is right there or something, and then you know, try to sneak in an E sound in there. Yeah, why the fuck is Nero here? Also, seriously, where's Canis? Like, Canis and Wadim were like cool as fuck. There she is. Being late. But seriously, also, where's Mars? Like, if all the other gods are summoned. Like, really, shouldn't Hades be here? And Poseidon? So Nero's from PHH, and I guess she just got summoned because of Romulus being Romulus. Yeah, no, they said that they designed all the Greek pantheon. They just didn't show them, but they said they've had the designs the entire time. So why the like the perfect time to use them? That's all I saw. Okay, let's see what class this one is. Oh, perfect. Damn. Where's Zaw at? I respect a Grand Vertra. Need that Bonsi though. Ace got a lot of 120s, man. The boy can grind. Yeah, I bet you Enkidu wrecks the shit out of this. There's no way he doesn't. There we go. Tired? Yeah. How much farming have you done, I wonder? Let's go big buffers here. Where's Scatty? Does Scatty deserve a level 92, chat? I wonder. What's my other best quick buffer? Probably just waiver, as silly as that is. I mean, there's always Geronimo. I kind of, at some point, want to do double Geronimo and then the cooldown reduction Mystic Code, so then you get 4 turns of cooldown reduction on a low star team. That'd be kind of sick. Always scaff. This is not great for Canis though. I'll single buff somebody later. Let's do the other effect because it's more damage. Do Ox King, or I just get his CE. So we'll give her Ox King. And then, my main doesn't need bond really on anybody. Well, I guess Solomon, Wadia, Lev, whatever the fuck. Maybe like, Canis Ryder never got much bond. Okay. Way off on team costs. Eh, fuck it. Not that big of a deal. Oh, it does add up if you're using teapots. No, nothing for Bond 11 plus. I think what they should have done was you should have gotten a small damage increase, but not like as much as the other Bond levels. Like after 10, it you know, big diminishing returns. But I would have given it like a small little bonus. Hey, he's 100 on the alt account. Thank you. I'll probably make him 100 on both accounts. Sucks I don't have the music on, but I'll turn it on when we get in here. So I'm guessing they made this one the strongest tree, like lore-wise, because of the Olympian gods showing up. Oh shit. Look at that Wadim music. Exactly. Now, we've only got 2 buffers, but we'll see how that does. Oh, fuck, he's got a defense up, so should bring shit to remove that. No stun. I miss Wadim, man. Can we all just agree that Wadim is a billion times cooler than fucking Elderberry? Soloing every tree with 120 grand herc. Yeah, I'm sure he can do that. 3 million, but wait, why did the defense up turn the defense down? What is happening? Kane is learning how to yell from Achilles. Almost. I'm sure I can one-turn that if I put the effort in. That's a nice damage, nerd. $532. By the way, Ku will do more damage against a Berserker, so there's that. Ku hit him so hard his buffs broke, apparently. Get that bond 5. It dropped apples? There's an apple tree. Right, Cryptors on drip alone. I mean, Kadok had pretty good drip there at the end, but him and Wadim doing pretty good. And you know, Pepe's the only like flamboyant character I've like ever seen that wasn't terrible. Normally like characters like that in anime and visual novels and stuff, they're just like so bad, like in terms of characterization and whatnot. But Pepe wasn't so bad. Which one was Berserker? Just a Lost Belt 1? I think 6 is another tree we've never actually seen before, but fuck Lost Belt 6. I bet you loads of people went there first, though, just to see the cast. David's kind of just wearing normal-ass clothes, which there's nothing wrong with that. I respect it. Oh yeah, BC Braun. Boy, Billy was so fucking successful in Lost Belt 1. Like, my god. The writer was just like, man, that America shit didn't do him any justice, so we're just gonna have Billy whoop everyone's ass now. So I don't really buy, should be playable, by the way. I don't really buy the part where they're like, the fucking Cryptors, Cyrus, Light, whatever the fuck, was gonna just handle every Lost Belt, because, like, Kadok tried to use his, and Billy stopped him. And look, I love Billy, but it's Billy, right? Meanwhile, you have fucking Zeus, right? Like, I don't think that's gonna work very well, I'm gonna be honest. I think some of them might figure that the fuck out, and, you know, some of them have clairvoyance and shit. And, you know, Ort. I don't remember her being in at fucking Lost Belt 1. No, she was. That's right. Yeah, they had the whole maze thing. Oh, it's PHH. No, no, that's right. She wasn't there. It was just the stereos in the maze. Are they fighting Minotaur? Yeah, I saw the other ones had some PHH stuff. Okay, there's no, that's the better one. Little fucking psychopath. What the hell? So I like how they were already fighting the tree and everyone else is just talking and doing stupid shit. Like, Billy already shot the damn thing. Damn, that sucks. Ninjas are better than that, man. The disrespect. Well, there's Ivan. Interesting. Shouldn't they be in Lost Belt 6? Because it was 6.5? And Constantine really should have been with, if they were going to use Constantine in a different place, they should have done it in, with, 5. Because of, why am I forgetting the name of the best Roman? I'm getting old, man. By the way, this happened the other day with, Recluse from Night Rain. I intentionally, Romulus, excuse me. But I intentionally didn't look it up online. I realized I could remember every Nightfarer's name from Night Rain except Recluse. and I spent hours trying to remember it. I was like taking a shower, and I was just sitting there concentrating, trying to remember what the fuck her name was, and I never got it. I spent hours trying to remember her name, and I just could not fucking remember it. So I eventually had to look it up online, and I was like, what the fuck? But yeah, I could remember literally every other Night Fair's name, no problem. And no matter how hard I tried, I could not remember it. I'm like, okay, well, I'm old. All right, let's summon a buffer here. Get a little extra ridiculous. Where are the... Nobody granding Scatty, huh? That's fucked up. So we could do more damage because we could have the, like, Bond CE. But we'll just switch out the front one for Waver. I'm not sure Waver is actually the best buffer I could be using. I mean, there's Santa, Martha. I mean, there's Geronimo if you don't want to click so many buttons. Waver is better if you click the buttons, though. Oh, that's right. They did buff Waver. Yeah, actually, no. Waver is insane. That's right. Yeah, I totally forgot about that. You know, it's funny. When I made that video where I was using Bazette and I was using some stronger stuff with her, I did not factor that in at all, and I didn't use it at good times, and I didn't even notice while I was doing it. By the way, I had another setup that actually was more budget that beat the 10 million fight, but I didn't post it because Calamity Jane got the killing blow. It was very dumb. Everyone died on the last turn except for Calamity Jane, and then she killed the 10 million Morris. And I was just like, what the fuck? Okay, well, this one's gonna fucking die. Got a debuff, but I can just yeet that. Boss has evade, but don't give a fuck. Shame we're not low on HP, though. So much more damage when you are. Yeah, it's on the crit up. How does it evade? Probably because of like cosmic bullshit, you know? Void shit. Phasing out of reality. 5.7. That is a dead tree. Which one did you all say had hero proofs? Well, I mean, like, class doesn't help because you can't see their classes. Lost Belt 6, god damn it. Well, I do want to see that one just because we never saw that tree, so. Maybe Fluffy will show up. I mean, that'd make it worth. I don't want to go back to Britain. I didn't really like it there. Weird looking tree. No, that wasn't the Ace Sanson. Oh, is regular Sanson not working again? It keeps breaking. Alright, he's just on cooldown. If you have your own fucking command, Ace. Oh, that's funny. What's her name? Is that the PHH one, though? Because even though she was a Fey Knight, like, the one you, like, interacted with was not part of that whole shtick. Is that Lion King? I was about to say Lion King wasn't in, Lost Belt Stick. Oh, it was Lancer Alter. I wasn't even paying attention. The fuck is it that one for? What? What the fuck? Makes no sense. Why that version? I mean, not exactly related in a way that I think would matter here. Kind of the opposite, really. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that stage is the only one that the god is in control. Well, it's probably not a king, but... Oh, wait a minute. It's definitely super large. One moment. I can't buff, like, the best ever, but I do have a Merlin. I have an esports Merlin. I can't... Did I ever level him? Because didn't he get a buff? Yeah, I think that he has a buff that I don't have, because I don't, like, actually use him a bunch. And then, there's Shakespeare, there's Martha. Martha's probably a little bit better, but Shakespeare's less clicking and more battery, but I don't think we need the battery. I'll probably just go Shakespeare anyway, though. There's Gong. Wait, does Guadia seriously have it 50% up for the teammates? The fuck? And man, he's like free to play his shit, so that's crazy. Good god. I'm not against Gong, honestly. It's only 50%, but it is Gong. Actually, Gong though has this, which gives you wait, is this the right one? There's so many Bonsees now. God, I need to get rid of some of these. They don't fucking matter. I think that one's Chin's. Oh no, that's right. It's this one. Yeah, you're right. Who the fuck's is this? But yeah, no, you're right. It's this one. Because yeah, his buster up is larger. Yeah, his is 20. So he's actually 70% now. And then we can Ox King Merlin. This will be big damage. And she has a niche, so... I just clicked a lot of wrong buttons. Yeah, Zeet helping out was pretty cool. I wasn't sure if they would do that or not. Look like the gods could only help though in their like terminal form, so I'm guessing they're nerfed. No, he helped. They showed him go lightning mode. That's a weird look. Got Pierce invulnerability. That's right, she doesn't even need battery. Oh man, you fucks. Wonder what causes who gets hit by that. Man, that's so much damage gone. Piece of shit. Should have brought Asclepius or something. It might live then, because I don't think we have Black Grail, and then we just missed out on like 70% damage. Damn it! I mean, pretty damn close. Wow. Fucker slaps. I like how everyone else dies and Fujino takes 0 damage. You know, soloing one of these with a non-grand is a real flex. That one's a real pain though. That sleep mechanic is kind of shitty. Didn't drop anything worth a damn. Each one of these is connected to an extra class. The Lost Belt 6 one is weak to alter ego, so Bizet works. The hell? That's weird. Like, how are you supposed to know? Okay. And we should do each one of these, at least once. So far, 5 has been the best. Like, Zeus was awesome. Hey, Cap'n. You missed the Roman stuff. Although they randomly had Constantine show up in one, which that really should have been 5. I don't know why they didn't do that. I don't even know what Lost Belt we're doing right now. I didn't look. I just clicked one. Probably like 3 or 4. We'll find out shortly. Oh, we're in LB2. Wait, did we see a VC Braun? I don't remember. I don't think a VC Braun was there in Lost Belt 1. What the fuck is wrong with them? What the hell? He's the best part. Also, you know Adam? Who was missing in 7? Because he said someone was late, but like, it might just be Daybit. I don't think anyone was actually missing in 7. Oh yeah, Batman was missing. That's actually probably who they're talking about. This is definitely his kind of situation with the whole fucked up humanity and all that. Yeah, that's definitely who it is. But seriously, why was a VC Braun missing of all people? Did they even mention him? A VCU. He was not mentioned. Okay, this is some bullshit. The Valkyrie squad. Yeah, I had a feeling they were gonna do that. No blue and purple one though, I bet. I don't know why they didn't add the blue and purple one. That really was weird. Like, they added so many. And they're like, except those two. Fuck them. So are there just Valkyrie every fucking where? Jesus. I think that's the, Harpy. Oh. That'll deal with it. Problem solved. Siegfried check. There we go. No Surtur. Yeah, they haven't exact. I mean, I don't know. I think Surtur would just burn everything. I don't think he would really care about what's going on. I guess technically Surtur is supposed to like be sealed in Sigurd, but like now that that's over, I don't know how the fuck they would do any of that. Between Sigurd and Siegfried, which one is your favorite? Siegfried. Not even close. Complete blowout. Writer. Not the best time for her because doesn't do damage, but fuck it, let's see what we can do here. We need to have divinity. Divinity Assassin. I don't think that's really a thing. What extra class is good here? Guys, Sanson has divinity, right? Avenger. I don't have a Grand Avenger. I mean, Alter Ego is still good here just because of normal reasons. She technically has divinity, right? Do you have to be in stage 3? Because they do that kind of shit sometimes where like you have to be in a specific stage to get some traits. Let's see. How come she doesn't get her 3 Craftus? Oh, it's because it's on this screen. It doesn't show it on that screen. How big is Scatty's attack up? Because it might be better than Waver's NP. I don't. Oh, fuck, let me look. Scatty only has 30% defense down. No, she's got attack up on her NP. And then she's obviously got the quick up. I didn't mean the attack up. I said the attack up. It's based on NP rank -2, so it's 25%. That means waivers is better. I mean, she could also have her Bond CE out. If she has a 50% battery. Yeah, wait a minute. Her Bond CE is 15%. So that's 40% if she's the one that stays. Waiver. Waiver is also based on NP rank. He's NP2. It's the same. They're exactly the same. There's a cap on defense down though, which we might hit. Hopefully, Steno has starting NP. I'm assuming there's gonna be buffs I want to remove. That means he doesn't need that. Okay, I think we're doing this right. I need pages. Solomon is 111. Oof. Well, it has buffs, but you can't remove them. Damn it. Oh, I didn't give her Black Grail. Many mistakes. That sucks. Well, she got her MP at least. All the buttons. Creating 30 stars removes the guts. That's so weird. I forgot she had her own NP theme. We could be doing so much more damage. We gotta fix this. It'll be hard to kill it in one go, but we can definitely do better than that. Also, I forgot to cast this. Well, if it isn't the evil one. It's shooting like wild berry Pop-Tarts at us or some shit. Okay, let's do that one again. They just paid you money. They did. Unfortunately, you know, my eyesight is just so bad, chat, that I can't see the name. You know, you guys bring that up all the time, you know. True. I still can't believe they made a fucking Baja Blast pie. I almost wanted to try it just for absurdity's sake, but I never did. I can say it tasted like a crappy key lime pie. So did it not really taste like Baja Blast? Not worth it? Damn, that sucked. Yeah, it didn't really look good, and it didn't sound like a good idea, but it's just so outrageous. It had a hint of it. Did I not do Black Grail again? How do I... What? I did, I think, but how the fuck do I have 76 starting NP? What? Oh, right. I forgot they added that. So, look, all these units have so many buffs, okay? Yeah, I totally forgot that they gave her more support stuff. She is actually a pretty solid support then. I mean, there's a lot there. It's just unfortunate this boss doesn't have any fucking buffs for us to remove. Oh, whoops, I was supposed to give her battery. Fuck! We keep messing this up. Well, at least as a placeholder, we got that NP up. Well, we got a defense down there. So wait, how much damage up does Thinno have then for Divine? Like, she's got defense down, attack up, and then a color buff. Yeah, it's 40% attack up, I know that. But then you've got the color buff, and then you have the defense down. Okay, we did better, but we could have done better still. $40 attack up, 30 defense down, 20 color. Wow, that's pretty good. That's fucking 90. That's actually insane. Funnily enough, I'm pretty sure Boudica still theoretically has the most. He's like 110 or something. So we could have done more damage, but I don't think we would one turn. I don't like the drops here anyway. Kind of interesting that the trees that we'd already seen before still look pretty similar to how they did originally, and then the trees we never saw just look fucking batshit insane. This is Lost Belt 3. Not my favorite Lost Belt by any means. Although it did have some fun boss fights at the end. Don't like Mothman very much as a character, but he was a fun boss. So was Lee. Yeah, was that Lee's students in the background there? The bodyguards? He managed to make his own budget Throne of Heroes. Wait, why would he even need to do that? Like, it wasn't... We weren't having a hard time summoning all this stuff from the Lost Belts anyway. Yeah, Mordred should have been with the other knights. Well, maybe not. But still. But yeah, she was in Lost Belt 3, technically. She is kind of the odd one out in that group for a reason. For the love of the game, clearly. I don't understand what's the other point of him making his own Throne of Heroes. It doesn't affect the roster, though, because all of these characters were there anyway. Like, none of the people he just summoned were, you know, absent in the first place. Okay. Not a whole lot happened in that one. So why was Lost Belt 5 tree the strongest? Like from like a story standpoint, I'm not shocked because you know the Olympian gods are there, but like what reason did they give for why it was so juiced? Had it just been around the longest? I mean, I know Lost Belt 5 was the most successful Lost Belt. It's just the most developed, so. Okay, caster. The big Ushi. I mean, we like 3 stars here. This is definitely not the correct decision. I know mathematically there are better picks, but I mean, how bad can it be? I mean, if I had Atlas, you get that 3-turn cooldown reduction. And if I had double Geronimo, get that 4-turn cooldown reduction. He does have a 50% damage up though, so. Wow, this one looks exactly the same. Nice. Good thing I used her shit first. I did that because I was going to lower the cooldowns. Well, so much for, I wonder if Waver will still be able to NP. Because he's in the back. Nope. Well, fuck you, game. Geronimo NP, yeah, sure. I mean, yeah, I clearly saw the gimmick of my own there. I can figure that out. Damn, almost. None of these have been stunnable. They really don't like that stun Mystic Code, man.
これぞ我が伝説の一つ。我が肉体は鳥のごとく水面を舞う。弾能力発想飛び。
You did pretty good, all things considered.
なんの
犠牲が少なければそれでも勝利。
I don't just mean the trees. I just mean like in general. Like there, a bunch of the bosses up to this point haven't been stunnable. All right, this is the Arjuna one. Ash can't do damage to it, damn. True! I mean, there is Hot Wheels. They never made that a costume. So it is interesting that most of the bad guys have not helped you, that aren't like servants, but Zeus does. Maybe they're gonna be playable, you know? You never know, chat. I feel like God Juno would be enough. Like God Juno and Karna, like, they're good. Like really, I'm not hating. It's just like these two next to Arjuna and Karna, it wouldn't even matter. It's kind of like, so Arjuna and Karna make your score 1,000,000, right? These guys make your score 1,200,000, right? Like who gives a fuck? Super Indian Saiyan. He's Karna's best friend, he matters. Fuck him. Eh, we don't need him. Okay, she can stay though. Not that one. Where's Sita? I know, right? Dude, bro. I still can't. They just never resolved that. They're just like, fuck it. Makes sense. They're just going full Indian mode here. Got something in your mouth there. I was about to say, wouldn't he like be pissed at Arjuna altar? I was really about to say that. Well, that tree's fucked. I think that one and Lost Belt 5, even though the Lost Belt 5 one is the strongest, I don't, like, dude, there's so much OP shit in Lost Belt 5. Like, all the Greek gods, Romulus, like, that's fucked up. This one's weak to Luvia, or Ruler. Yeah, we'll use Luvia. Is it evil? Probably not, but still good. Lost check. I hate it. No losts here. Oh, there he is. Sucks when they're way down like that, though. It's hard to go through the different tabs. Okay, so their art. So Scatty, no good. There's Santa Martha. There's Mozart. Mozart's like 80% if you use his Bond CE and stuff. Oh, Boudica. That's definitely the one. The only problem is we need to get the this, but I can wait a turn if I have to. And then I can always Romulus, but he doesn't give that much damage up. Let me think. Probably Mozart. That seems fine. Probably won't get to use his Bond CE though. Probably better to switch in waiver. I guess what I'll do is I'll have him NP because while I'm waiting for Roman, I could NP. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, Jonah does do art, but he's not adding that much damage. Like nothing compared to Boudica. That's kind of just a nice bonus that she has. Like, she's a great support, but she's more for when you're like, oh, fuck, I might actually lose. She's one of the more fun supports in the game, in my opinion. Always has been. And she gives stars, and, you know, debuff clear, which we have debuffs here, so that's the thing. Okay, we do have our thingy, but let's wait a turn just so it's easier to do all this shit we want. Oh fuck, he doesn't have I didn't level up his damn thing. What is wrong with me? Okay, well, I guess Boudica can be the one that switches out. There's a chance that she'll die. Lobster tree. How is that your first message? I swear I've seen you in here before. Maybe I'm just crazy. You didn't use Roman? Excuse me. Look, it's because I'm reading chat, you fucking distracting pieces of shit. It's not even wrong. I cannot express how much more often things get fucked up when I'm streaming because I'm like looking at chat or whatever. Where if I'm like off stream, you know, I'm not talking. I'm not thinking about what to say. I'm just looking at the screen and focusing on what I'm doing. You all in your stop bullying nonsense. I will say, whenever chat finds like a clever way to like do, you know, stop being mean, and then someone sneaks in a keep being mean, that's always funny to me. What I need to do is like say something extra mean, so we get like, you know, 8 people doing stop bullying, and then see who sneaks one in. Okay, it's Roman. Holy fuck, I need Asclepius immediately. They punish you so hard for not going on turn 1. Also, this should have been Solomon. I didn't think I'd get a free buffer like that, though. It's all fucked up now. Because they could have buffed, and then, he could have buffed. Doesn't she have a lot of anti-debuff, though? Like, the fuck happened? You have 2 attack downs and an NP down. Well, we'll see what kind of damage we do. We might need to do this one again. We messed up with those debuffs. Look, there's no allowed to be mean, right? Ain't no one gonna stop me. I'm mean all the time. What? Excuse fucking me. That was with all those debuffs. Okay, one second. I like how we fucked up so bad and we do that much damage. That's the most damage we've seen so far. Okay. Let's try that again. Now, what can we do? There's obviously Asclepius, but he doesn't give that much damage. There's Jonah Arc, but then you have to NP. Who else has debuff clear and then damage up? Yeah, but that's 30% damage down. Medea. Actually, her damage. What is her damage up now? Let me see. I forgot how big of a number they give her. The party art is 20, and then NP damage. She's 40. That's pretty solid. Sinnoh doesn't have debuff clear, does she? Yeah, obviously Castoria, but Castoria is like, you know, I've got Merlin for Buster, I've got Scatty for Quick, but I don't have one for Art. The other swap MC's less though, I think. Also, I don't think it's level 10. No. Yeah, Medea will be fine. Really need to grail her. Let's see. Yeah, this should be fine. Yeah, actually, I think the other switch Mystic Code is a single target attack up, not a team-wide attack up. So actually, I think its attack up is bigger. So it would be better, but it's not ranked 10, I don't think. Oh, it's team white for both. Okay, never mind. I don't fucking remember.
さあ、あなたの採点を始め
It's
まし
some
ょう。
niche shit. Well, hey, she guarded one of them.
ゆっくり落ち着いて。
Oh, I should have gutsed herself because, yeah, well, you're not guaranteed to have the thing. Fuck.
目が並んだです。
That's not good.
私に力を。
I could give her the defense up to try to live, but then we lose damage. Okay, well, then let's see in the meantime what kind of damage we get from just going immediately. So she gives you 20% because of, well, that one's only 10 because we didn't get the other one. So she's giving 50% damage up, so waiver should still be better.
いい鍵盤にはさていい鍵盤には女神
星の
の加護が
輝き
宿るの
我が天秤に
This won't be nearly as much, but
楽しみたま
我が天秤に
え公演の
祈りなさい。
時間だよ
これぞ大軍師の究極陣地。帰らずに破ってみせるがいい。
聞くがいい、レクイエム4です。
and normally the stun's really good on this Mystic Code, but yeah, it's not actually any good here.
これはあなたの善の軽さ、そしてあなたの罪の重さ。クストスモルム。
I mean, she still did really well. Yeah, we can definitely do better.
え、任せなさい。星の輝きを。
Because, you know, she needed that.
判決の我が任せなさい。
And by the way, that damage was without her
あな
anti-evil.
たの罪を計りましょう。我が宝石庫はこの夜空。あなたの罪はこの星の数。クストスモルム。
I do find it funny that if you're able to set it up right, Boudica is one of the best buffers in the
ご
game
堪能いただけまし
in
た。
terms of just damage. Obviously not a whole lot in like utility and defense, but yeah, it's kind of inconsistent though, just because of Boudica, because you want her to die, but then you also want to get the Roman. It's a shame you can only have one copy of that Roman fan code. They put it in the shop, but you can't buy it if you already had it. Oh, have we seen them all now? Oh, I guess not that one. That's because we already did it on the ult. I like the number. That's going to get so high. So do we know, like, in total how many servants are missing, though? Because we got Batman's missing and VC Bronze missing. Was anyone else? That's so random that a VC Bronze missing. Like, maybe they're going to do something with Adam in the end or whatnot, but I doubt it. Oh, is Anastasia not around? What the fuck? Now they might do something with Anastasia. I could see that. Because she was in the prologue and all the Cadog stuff, so like that would track. They want to do something important with her. Ivan was there. Right, this was the Lancer one. Honestly, same setup. That's fine. Probably no debuffs this time though. And someone probably won't die. In case they do. Fate Strange Fake anime was confirmed to be 25 episodes. We're gonna be here forever. Also, it honestly needs to be more than that though. Like just with this size of that's why like the first episode felt so rushed and they skimmed over so much stuff. There's just not enough time. That's what happened to APOC. APOC was just too many books and too few episodes. Yeah, if there's a second season, then it's fine. Then like that's enough episodes. But I'm really tired of the Fate animes like trying to like be like, how do I put this? They're trying to put too many things in too few episodes. They consistently do that, and they end up cutting like major stuff, and like the fight scenes aren't long enough and shit like that. It sucks. Everything's like so brief. Okay, let's see. We'll wait a turn. Like I could probably go. Oh fuck! There's his NP. Man, Bodoka, you're killing me here. Get that NP down. This is the best song of the lot. Maybe doing Mozart's NP would have been worth it to get the attack down. It's not really Batman's theme, it's just Lost Belt 7's theme. Like that motif is reused like for so much. I'd say it's probably Cuckoo's theme more than anything because she is literally the heart of Lost Belt 7, but yeah, they use it for Cuckoo's NP, they use it for the generic battle theme, they use it for Batman. Although his is like, you know, a little different, you know. But yeah, it's that same like music motif. It's kind of cool though. I like how Lost Belt 7 had like a reoccurring like song motif like that. I think that worked fine. A little bit of NP. We need to use MASH at some point. Check out the NP5. Alright, let's see the damage. Yeah, I liked Lost Belt 7 a lot. Overall, it was one of the better stories, I think. You know, it had some moments that were lame, and like the filler was dumb. Like, you're in the middle of the apocalypse, and then you have the dino sports, like slapstick comedy. It's like, bro, yeah, that's just shit like that's just really dumb. Like, it definitely wasn't perfect, but I did enjoy it. Yeah, Nasu is really big about like slapstick and slice of life injected in the middle of an apocalypse. It's not just an FGO, he does it all the time. I'm not a fan, honestly. It's one thing, like, people have lighthearted moments and make jokes and stuff during like World War II and shit like that, but it's like, he doesn't write it that way. He writes it where it's like, just totally detached, right? Where it's like, he writes it exactly like a slice of life or a comedy or something. And it's just in the middle of the apocalypse, and it just doesn't work. Like, it doesn't ring true to how, like, the characters would be acting and talking and stuff. And, like, if you want to do, like, the more lighthearted stuff, like, the Dino Soccer should have been an event, right? So... I'm not sure, like, which one of the... I mean, I need hero proofs. Always need hero proofs. Wow, that one has barely taken any none of the... Oh, boy, we're gonna be here for a while. Bro. So that one... this one's the most fucked up, it looks like. Okay, no, that one's the most... That's probably the Berserker one. Which one was the Berserker one? It's nighttime in JP. Next time gates the 25th. Guess we'll smack this one a little bit because it's not going to be available very long. Although I might take a quick break here in a second to make some food. I realize I'm crazy hungry. Can we get a ruler scatty? Those are so rare. But yeah, I would say them saying that there's one more like summon or servant or whatever from Lost Belt 7 that like confirms it's not Ort, because if there's only one, then it's gonna be Batman. There's like no way it's not. Especially like the way the whole story is right now is like right up his character's alley. Like big fucking time. Oh, and they're gonna have... There's no way Oberyn's not gonna show up. That's dumb as fuck. There's nothing about his character that should do that, but there's no way they're not... He's just way too popular. There's no way they're not gonna have some bullshit there. Man, no ruler scatties. Gotta be one. Oh, there's one. Actually, there's two. Was King Protea not there? Feels bad. Yeah, I mean, it could just be Daybit. Yeah, no way it's Ort. You wouldn't talk about Ort in that way. Let's see. I wish this game had a filtering system like Arknights. You just click like the class and you can easily change like rarity and stuff. It's so much easier to find stuff. You just click Archer 3-star or whatever you want to do. Like in Arknights, it's so quick, and then over here, it's just like menus and menus and menus. It's just ridiculous. Let's see. He doesn't have to NP. Let's see what damage I can do without anyone else NPing, because that's practical. Like, obviously I'll do more damage if I have them NP, but if we're just here for practicality. Boy, they got a long way to go. Well, my assumption would be if you summoned Ort, you'd be getting the servant one, obviously. You know, the Grand Foreigner one. Really, though, you should get like the copper one right after that. But anyway, you wouldn't get the monster Ort. So probably much weaker Crystal Valley, if at all. Like the monster one would run everything, and it'd be a horrible idea to summon that because he would just eat everything here and then copy their abilities and make the situation 10 times worse. That shit doesn't make any sense. But like the servant one, right, you could have some control over, and like that one, you know, its ability to, you know, to survive would be more linked to you, right? Especially if you're his master, then you need to live, right? So like, but the monster one would just, you'd run everything. 99%, what the hell? All right, let's see the damage.
じゃあまあぶちかますかね。
I forgot to remove the attack down. Still good, but it could definitely have done more there. Hold on. I'm pretty sure we can kill there. Let me science this. And not only did it reverse engineer the summoning system, but it modified it to do things that it's never done before. And he even changed, he gave it like an artificial amount of like time recorded so he was stronger. That's what he does at the end, like the form you never fight. He like changes like how long he's been a legend, so he's more mythical and he's even stronger, right? Like it just like, so if he can do that, like God knows what he's gonna do with all this bullshit. So yeah, fuck that. There'd be no way to justify the monster version being helpful. Like you could definitely justify the servant one being helpful because, you know, it's a servant and he wants to survive and he's not as OP, and then like he's linked to you and all these things, so like that one you could justify, but yeah, the monster one, no shot. Okay, let's see if this is any better. A bit. That's a lot less damage though than when we did the NPs before. Shows how much they can actually add. Oh, so close. Yeah, if you use one person's NP for some damage up, that would smoothen that out. Waver the champion.
最上に近い勝利。戦う前に勝つくらいでなければ。
Bullets and bones. That's nice. Waver saved the world just like 1.0. True. See if I can make some adjustments here. That face just... it's like the... there's an emote. I don't remember what it's called, but it's kind of like the I'm totally not guilty look. It's kind of weird for a stage art. He's more popular than I would have thought. It's not like... Yeah, that's pretty close. Yeah, that's about right. Doesn't have Bond CE. Oh, I had the wrong... Fuck. Holy fuck, I mega messed that up. Okay, that'll make a huge difference, so that ought to do the job. I want to be clear though, like even the wiki right now says Ort's like the strongest thing in the Nasuverse. That's not right. It straight up says in his character material book that there are other types that are stronger than him. And I would say off of what happens in notes, I would say type Jupiter is definitely one of those. Like it's silly. Like he's super crazy OP, don't get me wrong. And I will say he might have potential to like end up being stronger than the other ones, because some of the like type Jupiter's abilities aren't entirely known. But like, you know, because Ort can copy things, he has like potential to get like outrageously strong. So like if he kills something else that's OP, right, he just gets stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger. Like that could get really out of control, right? But like as he is in the story, he is not the most OP, although he's way up there. Because like the one you see in FGO is much weaker, right? Because he doesn't have his core, so he's way weaker, and he's still outrageously OP, right? Which just kind of like, you know, makes you think, well, how strong is the real one? But yeah, they do just straight up say he's not the strongest. Okay. Let's try this again. Ate the IRS. The unstoppable. Okay, now 4.2 million. Quite a bit better. Still not enough, though, to be guaranteed. Yeah, you probably want to work someone's NP into it. If you want it to be safe. I mean, they don't really have to weasel out of it. I would actually say, if anything, the bad guys need more help. The bad guy side is so lame right now. I think they fucked up with the story, man. This isn't half as cool as Guadia. And then, like, Kodamine was cool, but they just kill him off just immediately, right? Like, with nothing. So, like, we have an AI that makes supernovas. That's it. Right. Meanwhile, you got Zeus now, and our god Juna and Karn. Like the fuck, right? Like, it's stupid. I mean, Daybit shot him. But yeah, like the bad guys just feel so like cardboard for us to beat up. There's nothing really, it's just the stakes feel kind of low, actually. Like, oh man, the universe is at stake because we said so. It just doesn't mean anything. And by the way, I still stand by this. And like, I've read all the translated bits, and it's like, it's stupid. It's like some guy in his garage is able to copy the entire fucking universe, root included. And then they say, oh, but it's shallow, but that's still ridiculous. And then the shallow copy can then delete the entire multiverse. Now, it's one thing to say, like, just Earth's history or maybe the solar system, but the entire, first off, then you have the galaxy, right? And then, like, what? That's just stupid. If literally Bob can figure this out, how do all the other countless, you know, planets in the entire goddamn universe, how have they not ended the universe by now on accident, right? Like, what the fuck? Shit's stupid. It reeks of like, nah, my new toy's stronger than everything. No take backs is what I say sticks to you. You know, it's just dumb as fuck. Just out of nowhere, some guy can copy the root and delete the entire universe. Like, what? Human, by the way. Yeah, I feel like, yeah, Nasu's just trying to raise the stakes. I don't think they needed to be raised. Like, it just, like, human history getting fucked up is enough, thanks. Like, we really didn't need all this. I don't know, Ort and the Crimson Moon seem pretty autistic, and that's just in our solar system. Like, have you seen the Outer Gods? Like, Jesus. And that's at least the same galaxy, right? Like, well, you got Andromeda out there, and then all the other, you know, billions of galaxies. I'm pretty sure you can find something more autistic. Like, it's just nonsense. It's just like, just ass pull, like, oh, the stakes are even higher, and it's just it's not believable. And look, like, who wants to bet? Who wants to bet, right? For the rest of the Nasuverse, like, time, right? All the other stories Type Moon's gonna make and the other people that, you know, work with Type Moon, you think they're not gonna make some cosmic entity or god or whatever, that they're gonna give it some crazy ass toolkit where it's gonna be like, wait a minute, if this has existed the whole time, there's no way that Lost Belt thing would have worked. There's no way this is future proof. Just LOL, I can delete the entire universe and, you know, copy paste my shallow bull. Like, there's just no way. There's no way that's gonna hold up, because it doesn't even hold up now, let alone being future proof. Like, what a fucking joke, dude. And here's the thing, okay? I was talking to Lost about this the other day. So, I enjoy Warhammer 40,000 and fantasy, right? And they have their own books and shit. And they're dumb, right? They'll forget things that they wrote in the past, and like there's all kinds of inconsistencies, and they'll power creep for no reason, and it's not high literature. It's not. But it's fun, and they don't have delusions of grandeur, and they like lean into it, and so do the fans. No fan will ever argue for Warhammer that their books are like, you know, Lord of the Rings, the Silmarillion, or any of that. Of course not. It's like, yeah, it's dumb as fuck, and yeah, there's inconsistencies and dumb shit that they just make up, you know, but it's just fun, right? And that's fine. And the thing is, that's how I see Fate, and it's also fine. The problem is, Nasu acts like it's way more serious, and the fan base acts like it's way more serious, right? They will argue until they're like blue in the face that this shit is just amazing. I have had so many conversations with people that say there's never been any plot armor in the Nasu verse, and that Face of the Night's one of the best stories ever written. And like, unironically, I've had these conversations with many people many times, and I'm just like, what is wrong? And like, what bothers me with Nasu is Nasu tries to have his cake and eat it too, right? Nasu like invites you to take it seriously, right? Because like Warhammer doesn't. Warhammer like invites you to not take it seriously. But Nasu very much invites you to take it seriously, and then tries to like be, you know, you do the character material books, and he'll explain things in interviews and all this stuff, but then it's dumb as fuck. It's dumb as fuck, and like he's obviously just making it up as he goes, and then he tries to act like he's not. I'm like, look, if you're just making it up as you go, that's fine, but like just own up to it, right? And then like everyone calm the fuck down, right? Because I'm sorry, because this is how I feel. This IP is not worth taking that seriously. It's fine to enjoy it and like it, and you know, and like the characters and, you know, all the bullshit. That's fine. It's all fine. But like trying to act like it's consistent or act like it doesn't have plot armor and plot holes, that's just ridiculous, right? They are absolutely making this the fuck up. And yeah, I just wish that everyone would treat it more like Warhammer, right? Because then it's fine. It's not a big deal that he's making shit up, and you know, LOL, I can delete the whole universe. That's, you know, that's fine when you're not taking it seriously, right? The only reason it's dumb as fuck is because then they try to justify it, and like Nasu tries to justify it, and they try to air quotes future-proof this stuff and then explain it away later and all that, and it ends up just being an incoherent gibbly-gook. Because a lot of times when they'll say something to like Nasu will say something to explain some ridiculous plot point, whatever he like rule he makes up or exception he makes up should like retroactively, you know, apply to a million other things, and they just don't, and they just never mention it again, right? Like the amount of times Nasu's mentioned some weird exception to a rule or whatever, and then it just never applies again, even when it should. Like it happens all the time, you know, all the time, right? So just don't take it so fucking seriously. Oh, Saber Wars. That's definitely gonna happen though. Like, Time Moon continuity was actually pretty decent in the early days. It wasn't like perfect, but it was decent in the early days. That's actually, I think, why the fan base is so toxic and ridiculous, is because in the early days, again, they invited you to take it seriously, right? You have the character material books that use, you know, D&D logic, right? They put numbers on things. You know, this rank means this much power. You know, this ability interacts with this ability in this way, right? They were, you know, they did all kinds of like really grounded, like that's the thing. The character material books, especially in the early days, were so detailed and so specific. You could literally figure out like how things would interact, even if they never interacted before, because they were literally using like D&D rules, right? And because in the early stories things were decently consistent, you know, that's why everyone took it so seriously, because you could take it seriously. right? Because in the early days, it was like D&D. Like D&D, you can figure out how two skills will interact because, you know, it's all on paper, right? You can figure, it doesn't have to have ever happened before for you to figure out how it would work. And that was really fun with the Nasuverse, with all these skills and NPs and personal skills and you know, magic systems, and because it was all on paper and like clear cut, it was fun to figure out, you know, hell, what does what and what works where, and you know, what would happen if this character worked with that character or fought that character, right? It was because it all like worked really clearly. But then, you know, because like for example, right, you have Billy the kid's character material book, right? He's got presence of mind, and they've already explained exactly how presence of mind works, right? And like how the different ranks work. And so you have Billy's presence of mind there, and then you have Billy's NP that's explained in his character material book, right? He has this like perception, and like if he can physically dodge something, he can always dodge it. Now if it's like a giant nuke explosion, like half the planet blows up, then he can't dodge it. Doesn't work that way. And then they have him fight Arjuna, and he just dies in 5 seconds to just a generic bow shot from Arjuna. And I'm like, that just doesn't work. Arjuna could potentially kill Billy, absolutely, like with Arjuna's NP. It's a giant fucking, you know, AoE insta-death nonsense soul boom thing. But that's not what happens. He just fires an arrow and Billy dies. Like that's bullshit, right? Like you have all these character material books explaining what Billy does, and he's super capable of stopping something like that, and he just dies. Right? And there's just so much shit throughout the Nasuverse like that, where they'll establish, hey, this character has this ability, and then they just don't, because that ability would fuck it up, and they wanted X to happen. Right? They want their new fancy toy to be able to do their thing, and some old character has an ability that counters the fuck out of it, so then they just don't do it. Right? Like, and they just do this all the time. And then sometimes when Nasu realizes he fucked up like that, he'll make up some bullshit like, oh yeah, no, they didn't use that ability because blah, 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 and it's just nonsense. And it's just total nonsense. Oh my god, they really do overuse BB though, holy fuck. Where's plot armor in Fate Stay Night? How long do you have? Like, are you being serious? Like, where's plot armor? Okay, let's see. I have such a long list. I don't know where to start. I'll go with this one though, because this one's like really easy to verify. So you got Emiya's profile in the original Fate Stay Night and his character material book, and it says, in very good circumstances, if he's not being stressed and not having to fight a lot, his independent action, right, with no master, he can last about 2 days. Right, under good circumstances, right? It makes that very clear with, like, if he's not fighting and whatnot. Under good circumstances, he can last about 2 days. In Unlimited Blade Works, Emiya lasts longer than 2 days and is massively strained. You know, uses his abilities like non-stop, gets impaled like 80 times by Gilgamesh, right? So really, he should have just died there. Right, even if he had a master, he should have just died there, right? He was already fucked up. He got stabbed in the fucking chest by Shiro, right? After straining himself, and after days have gone by, and then Gilgamesh just carpet bombs him, right? This man is fucking dead, right? Somehow, he's alive, and is not just alive, but is then capable of, like, bombing the shit out of the Grail and saving Rin's ass, and then sniping Gil's ass and saving Shiro's ass, right? That's so bullshit, right? That is, like, he's not, like, kind of dead. He's omega dead. He should have died, like, 80 fucking times, and somehow he saves Rin, and he saves Rin from the Grail, and he saves Shiro from Gilgamesh, right? Ridiculous. And then you've got literally everything Shiro has done ever, right? So everyone's like, oh, well, Gil's being cocky. That's why Shiro can beat Gil. That doesn't work. That doesn't work at all. So number one, why is Gil not wearing his armor? He wears it in every other story, and then just for some reason he's not wearing it in the Unlimited Blade Works route. It's almost like the writer knew that if Gil wore his armor, the story wouldn't work. And even though he wears it in every other fucking fight, for some reason he's not wearing it just for that one. And then he's willing to use Aya at the very end when it's too late, right? Obviously, he waits so long to use Aya, it's too late to use it. But he's willing to use it, but he's not willing to put his fucking armor on. Because literally nothing Shiro does can get past Gil's armor, right? Like, oh, like when he cuts his arm off to stop Aya, it would just bounce off. Fucking Gil's armor stops Excalibur. He can handle the fucking, you know, C rank Emiya swords, thanks. And then like, just how Gate works doesn't even make sense, right? Like Nasu just says, I love it, he just says this like this changes the laws of reality, right? He just says that because Unlimited Blade works, the weapons are already just lying on the ground, right? They're already ready. Where, you know, Gate's got to like prime them, right? But that doesn't work, right? Because one, Gil's already been shown in Fate's Day Night and then later on in 5 million other works that while some items are being fired, he can just be readying up other items and fire non-stop, right? And Gate was already open, right? And just because the swords for Emi are on the ground doesn't mean they're the right fucking swords, right? Gil gets to pick what he's firing, right? Shiro, it's just proximity based, right? And what happens in the anime is they do like an animation trick where when Gil fires X sword, that sword just happens to be on the ground for Emiya nearby so it can get there in time. That doesn't make any sense, right? That's plot armor, but by some miracle that if Gil fires an A+ rank NP, that Shiro just happens to have an A+ NP. Odds are, with all the bullshit that Shiro's seen, that he would have some random, you know, C- sword right next to him, right, when there's an A+ NP coming at him, and he's not gonna have time for it to get there. It just does, none of this makes sense, right? It's like, and like, the amount of plot armor Shiro has, I could make like an essay, right? It's like, ain't none of this making any fucking sense, right? It's crazy to me that people think Fate's Day Night doesn't have plot armor when it has like the most plot armor. I've like, the only thing I can think of that has more plot armor is Gundam Wing, right? If you're ever in doubt, watch Gundam Wing episode 30. That is the dumbest shit and I love Gundam, right? I'm a bigger Gundam fan than a Fate fan, but that is the dumbest shit I've ever seen, right? With that plot, like that side tangent. But yeah, God, I don't even know what else. There is just so much wrong with Fate's Day Night when it comes to plot armor. Like it is fucking insane. Like they just oh yeah, you know, Gil's got clairvoyance, and he just doesn't. It just doesn't. So how people have justified, so Unlimited Blade Works automatically copies blades, right? And it can trace other things, but that takes time and effort. It doesn't get to do that for free and instantly, right? It's only blades that it gets to do for free and instantly. And this is somewhat believable, is that Gil is trying to beat Shiro at his own game. And so he's not using maces and like the vase that explodes and the nukes and the guns and the ship, and you know, he's not using all that, and the shields, right? He's not using all that because he just, and that part I think is believable, right? Like that actually is something Gil would do. But the not using his armor is just stupid because he literally doesn't do that in any of the other routes, and they're just doing that because they know it would break everything. Like Gil just wears his armor to show off. He doesn't wear it even for the protection, even though it has a lot of protection. He just wears it. You know, when he's, especially when he's fighting. But is that enough examples? Like, do you need more? Because I have plenty of fucking more examples, right? Like, I don't know, Artoria being alive when fighting Hercules directly because there's gravestones. How the fuck is gravestones gonna make any fucking difference? Like, they've already established that, like, Matahari, right? Like, if you have, and Matahari didn't exist back then, but they said in Fate's Day Night that, like, E rank strength, I don't remember how much stronger than a human it is, but they said like 10 times or 50 times or what, I don't remember what they said. But they said E rank strength, you know, is X times stronger than like a really, really strong human. And Hercules obviously has much higher strength than that, right? A mortal rock gravestone is not going to have any fucking effect on Hercules at all. That whole graveyard thing making it hard for Hercules to fight, that's bullshit. That's just an excuse for her ass should be dead immediately, right? Like no chance. Obviously Nero has massive plot armor, but the person did they said Fate Stay Night specifically, right? So I'm keeping my examples of Fate Stay Night. There's so much bullshit in every route. I think Unlimited Blade Works is probably the worst, but Fate's got some pretty serious plot armor going on too. None of it makes any sense. Like the Fate route really does not make a lot of sense. Yeah, I think that's right. I think E is 10 times. That sounds right. It's been a long fucking time. But we're literally talking about Fate Stay Night, so the stuff, you know, in the old stuff is what we're talking about. But yeah, if E, because I think, isn't Herc A+? Right? And you can look up the, because back in Fate Stay Night, they put out the numbers, right? Like what A+ was and what A was and what E was and everything. And if E is 10 times stronger than a human, then if Hercules is A+, I mean, there's no world. He'd be going through those stones like it's fucking butter. Heaven's Feel has a lot of plot armor too. Heaven's Feel is less plot armor and more plot contrivance, which is like, it's kind of the same thing. But a lot of this stuff, like just the problem with Heaven's Feel is like, so because it's written last, Heaven's Feel is trying really hard to focus on whatever character was not focused on in the other two routes, and so it has to contrive that really hard. So it just tries to make sure, you know, X, Y, and Z get screen time that didn't before, and it feels really unnatural. Like a lot of stuff that plays out is really stupid. The movie is definitely worse because the movie wanted to like change stuff. Like they wanted the fight with Ku and Curse Arm to be more dramatic and stuff. So they make it like where Curse Arm can hold his own, which is just fucking impossible. There's a lot of shit like that. Like Heaven's Feel is pretty bad, don't get me wrong. Like there's a lot of shit with Heaven's Feel, it just does not make any fucking sense. They're just doing it because lol. But you know, Fate Stay Night's awful with plot armor. I mean, it's one of the, if I wanted to give an example of a series that has really bad plot armor, I would use Fate Stay Night. And it's because Fate Stay Night has stuff that is so easy. You don't have to imply, you don't have to like read between the lines. You've got like Emiya's independent action can last 48 hours if he's not stressed and damaged and fighting. It just straight up says that. That's canonical, right? And then he lasts way longer than that. He takes massive damage and exerts himself like crazy, and then still able to, you know, save Shiro and save Ren, right? Like it's nonsense, absolute fucking nonsense. Like there's so many examples like that you can give where it's just like 1-to-1. You know, this should be working this way, and it's just not working that way. I think A+ is more than that off memory because if I remember correctly, like the pluses are just so much greater than the flat number, right? Like I have to look, but yeah, I think A+ is like at 120. Yeah, I think that sounds right. I think A+ is 120. Like off memory, that is what it is. So like those gravestones shouldn't be making any difference at all, and that's their excuse is how she's fucking alive there. Just nuts. And that's when she has Shiro as a master, and she has like no fucking mana and all that crap. And Hercules has Valor and all this other bull. I actually think Valor's not active when he's Berserker. But there's no way. There's no way those tiny ass gravestones are gonna make the outcome any different than it was in the Fate route. Right? There's no shot. And like Emiya doesn't help, right? Every single attack Emiya does bounces off God Hand and has zero effect. Yeah, I need to know who the fuck made those gravestones, dude. Like that shit don't make no sense. I really do. You know, we should play the ult some. I really would like to grab some bond on Shakespeare. Mahogany. Raider Grieve Tombstone. Yeah, holy fuck. Alright, give me a second. Swap here. We can probably kill the in-game music now. And my playlist got all messed up again. Keeps doing this. One moment. This is an asshole thing to say, but it's what I actually think. It's like, and I think I don't think this for some frivolous reason. And I get tired of this because people will act when you say things like this. They won't address your point. They'll address the attitude, and it's normally because they can't address the point, right? So if somebody looks at Fate Stay Night and says there's no plot armor here, I instantly discount your opinion, and you clearly are completely like biased or incapable of evaluating the world logically here, right? It's kind of like if someone tells you, you know, the sky is not blue, right? I don't have to take you seriously. I'm sorry. And like people will always get mad at that and act like you're being egotistical and blah, 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 blah. In reality, what you're doing is you're being logical, right? Like there's a degree of self-reflection that I have that I can tell that I'm not being egotistical. It's just you're fucking stupid, right? It's like if someone tells you something that like gravity doesn't work, right? They're just dumb, right? Like that just shows a level of, you know, they have a very bad ability of figuring out reality, right? Their ability to scan reality and to determine what's like true and not is really low. And if someone can't see Fate Stay Night has plot armor, same deal, right? It's too extreme of an example, right? And something I've noticed throughout my life, so I like Baccano a lot, right? I like Armored Core a lot. I like Ninja Gaiden Black a lot, right? I can name all kinds of stuff. But there are very obvious flaws in these things, right? And I don't have, just because I like those things, I don't need to defend those things. I don't need to defend Ninja Gaiden Black's camera. It's terrible, right? And so if I was like, no, Ninja Gaiden's camera's fine, you just don't understand how to use it, you're the problem, you zoomer noobs don't understand cameras, or, you know, then I'm obviously biased, right? Like at that point, I am so obviously biased that like my opinion is like garbage. That's ridiculous. Like, of course Ninja Gaiden's camera is terrible. Just because I've gotten used to it and I can figure it out, you know, it doesn't matter. I mean, even I enjoy watching the Gilgamesh versus Shiro fight scene because the spectacle is like, you know, awesome and shit, right? But it doesn't change the fact that it's terrible, right? Like, the plot armor is like so insane. It's completely unbelievable. You know, and Emiya being alive, you know, is just outrageous, right? It makes no fucking sense. And like, how much you care about an issue or a flaw is subjective, right? So like, I can deal with Ninja Gaiden Black's bad camera pretty well, right? I can get used to it and I can adjust and I can use the controls in a way where the camera's not as big of a problem. And so to me, that's not that big of a negative, right? But I know it exists. I know that negative is still there. And so if someone else is like, no, you know, camera's a really big deal to me. I don't want to put up, and I don't want to put in the time. It's too annoying to like, to deal with, so I don't want to play Ninja Gaiden Black. I'm just gonna say fair. I'm gonna say, yeah, you know, fair, totally valid criticism. I wish the game had a better camera, so you know you wouldn't have bounced off of it and you could have enjoyed it. That's it. I'm not gonna defend it at all. And I can think of so many things like that where I'm like, I like this anime, but that dialogue was garbage, right? I can think of so many examples of that where there's an anime or a movie or whatever I like where there's like some exposition dump, just garbage ass dialogue. And I'm like, yeah, holy fuck, I wish they had done that, you know, in a more elegant way, right? I wish they could have had better dialogue. I can think of so many anime that I'm like, yeah, I like that anime, but I'm like, holy fuck, there's so much wrong with it. And I'm not gonna defend it, like, no shot. And I've noticed most people are really bad about this. People get like overly emotionally invested in things, and they have to defend things that aren't defensible, right? It's stupid. Look, I have all kinds of guilty pleasures, or whatever you want to call them, where they have like, you know, big flaws, and I just, yeah, I'm like, yeah, that piece of dialogue was really bad, or that animation was bad. And it's no problem to me if other people bounce off of it. I'll only take issue with someone's criticism if the criticism is invalid, right? Like if the criticism is biased, or they're not describing something accurately, or they're like projecting onto something. But I'm like, yeah, it's easy for me to see, like, plenty of things that I like have bad dialogue, right? That's easy. And like, this happens all the time where there's something I really like and someone will point out a flaw of it. And I'm like, yeah, you know what? Yeah, that is fucked up. Like throughout my life, from like being a kid and a teenager to now, that's happened so many times, and it's just nothing. And it's like weird to me, because I'm like so okay with things I like being criticized, and like people having like, and and it being subjective how much those criticisms matter to an individual. That's so normal to me when I see people like defending just like horrible exposition dialogue in FGO, or you know, bad pacing or filler, and like, you know, plot armor and whatnot, and like them like jumping through hoops trying to act like these things aren't problems. I'm like, what the hell is wrong with you? All right, let's see. So I need Shakespeare, Bond. I'm sure my ult account needs Urzer. Thank you for the 48 months, dude. How's the finale going? It's okay. It's kind of lukewarm, right? Like gameplay wise, it's been nothing but boss fights, which that I appreciate. But it's kind of just lame, and I don't mean that as like a super insult. It's not like it's awful or anything. It's just kind of like, eh. Like the story is a bit silly. You know, a lot of stuff we already knew. You know, we already knew Ogla was the alien god, and you know, a lot of this stuff we could have figured. A lot of this stuff was like highly speculated, and it's not really surprising. But the like being able to copy the route and all that is just kind of dumb as fuck. Yeah, it's not nearly as good as Solomon so far. It's not over, right? It's not over. You know, it's okay. This just feels a lot more lukewarm than Solomon did. Oh yeah, did I watch all the cutscenes? I think I did. I don't really know which stage to farm here. I might just move it around a little bit. Okay, so I should summon something that has the bond increase. Wow, this boy's rocking double bond. What a champion. Bro, that's funny. I never even thought about that you could do that. That's really something. What a guy. Does he get more bond in the front? Yeah, he does. Damn, sir. Thank you, man. Thanks you so much, dude. I'd buy burger with that later. Thanks, man. There's probably gifted me the most subs. The evil one has gifted me a lot of subs too, but that's for a corrupt and vile reason. Most of the CEs are double bond. You just don't recognize the new ones. Yeah, 'cause I don't give a fuck. Where's my burger? If I met someone from chat in real life and they're not like stalking me or whatever, I would buy them a burger. I share. Actually, I love making food for other people. Like I'll make bulgogi and kimchi, and I've been working on trying to make like better hot dogs and like typical lately, and I love that. I actually am more excited for someone else to eat what I make than for me to eat it. It's not even close. My grandmother was like that, and like my Korean grandmother, and I understand now. And she was so about it, and like she mastered kimchi over the years. Like her kimchi is the best kimchi I ever had. Like amazing. But yeah, I get it. Like I totally get it. It's very satisfying when, and it's easier, and it's a good way to like, you know, get feedback and improve. Okay, who do I have that's the best single target nuker? Because it's probably not weak to Aya. I mean, there's 100 face, and a boasted one would be nice, though. 100 face and Protoku is all I really got. I mean, he's still buffed some, but yeah, Bustle single and Shakespeare needs to be in the front. Fuck. I picked the wrong grands. I mean, there's this, but that's AoE. Damn it. Let's see, what can I do here? I could try to focus on the normal cards, but that's so random. I mean, there's Mash. She's NP5 here, but she's AoE. Like, how could that... I can't imagine that's that good. You get that little pink thing. Where's Ox King? I'll turn this sound back on when I turn the music off here. I remember this account does have Ox King. I just don't remember where. I realized that late that it actually had it. Last time we wanted it, I thought I didn't. There it is. Okay, I mean, if they're here, then it's fine. I don't know who the hell has what. Other threat to humanity? Okay, I'll try her next. Yeah, I know, I almost clicked on that. I noticed. Holy fuck, though. Like, Fate Stay Night doesn't have plot armor. Like, are you kidding me? And I've seen people that say FGO has good dialogue, and I'm like, what the fuck, dude? Like, all these exposition dumps. And it's so dumb, because you'll have, like, you know, the two character sprites, and then one sprite will, like, go over to the other sprite and, like, you know, make a slap sound, and the one sprite will, like, shake. And then someone will still say, oh, Bob slapped Tim. What? Like, it's so dumb. Like, this is like the nail in the coffin. So, books, novels, right? Generally don't have pictures, okay? And you have books that can describe what is going on without needing exposition dialogue like that, where someone just, like, states what's happening and blurts it out, right? And then you have visual novels that have all of the benefits of books, but then they have this thing called visuals, right? And sound and music, right? They have all of these things. And for some reason, they have to use all this terrible exposition dialogue, right? And I keep seeing people defend Arknights and FGO with, like, you know, oh, because it's their live service games. Like, all these complaints because they're live service games. I've seen that with Arknights a lot. That's not the problem. That's not the problem at all. Those can cause problems. Those absolutely can cause problems, right? Like, because in this game's case, you need to make up a 3.0, right? That can absolutely cause a problem. That's not this game's problem. This game's problem is the dialogue is just bad, right? It has nothing to do. Again, it's books don't have to do it, right? And you have long-running book series and everything else. They don't need this exposition, you know, shitty dialogue, right? That's not the problem. Is your writing is just bad. It's not that the writing is in a visual novel form. It's not because they're all visual novels that have good dialogue, right? Not a lot, but there are, right? It really is a quality thing. And a lot of people are just on copium, and they don't want to admit that some of these writers actually suck. Probably I have Gwen's other effect. I don't have the starting NP, so I fucked that up. Thankfully, Waver can fix it. You know, Genshin's a great example. Genshin has even God. And actually, I've seen more people, like, defend Genshin. And Genshin has, you know, a 3D environment for God's sakes, right? And the visuals and the music and the sound effects and all that kind of shit. And they still have the shitty dialogue and whatnot. All, Arknights, FGO, though, and Genshin, they all do this. They all have this exposition-heavy dialogue, and they'll like constantly recap things that happened like just 5 seconds ago. They're constantly treating their audience like morons. Yeah, I mean, Genshin's horrible about that, but FGO absolutely does it. Like, FGO is super bad. I forgot about the fucking... So, Q's pretty handy for this. Yeah, forgot about the evade. I'm livid. Let's see how much damage we get off this Buster. Man, we're gonna be here for a second. That's decent and all, but oh god. Yeah, I know the anti-berserker one. It's good. Oh god. Mash would have been good. I mean, I'm sure you can make a Gwaine setup here that's like passable, but this isn't it. Yeah, so Arknights, I actually think, has a better world than FGO, and like a better history and like lore of like what's going on. Like the concept of what like Arknight story is about is better, but it's not any better about telling its story. It might even be a little bit worse. Like Patriot, right? They knew he existed. They knew he was Frost Nova's father the entire time. I don't think they made that up as they went. They didn't. But they didn't, you know, they just drop all of it on you at once, right? They wait and wait and wait, and they do that so much in Arknights, where they won't pace anything. They don't like let the world breathe. They don't like lead into things properly. They try to keep, and this is a reoccurring thing I've seen with bad writing. It's not unique to visual novels, and this is why again I vehemently disagree with like FGO's problems or it's the live service game. That's not its problems at all. Its problems are just bad writing techniques that you see everywhere. A lot of bad writers, like, they want to keep things a mystery too much, and they'll make their bad guy so mysterious for so long that you learn nothing about their motives or background until the last fucking second. That's shit. That's shit, and like FGO did that with Guadia, right? And Elderberry and everything, right? They want to hold the cards too close to their chest for too long, and so then they just drop everything on you at once, and you've had... Like, it's way better if you have at least some... You don't have to know everything, but like you want to have some understanding, and like... What makes a good villain is you're learning about them as you go, and they're intriguing because of that. You know, and so you have some concept of what the character is about, right? To like care about what they're doing, right? And what FGO does and Arknights does and a lot of, you know, bad writing does is you just know nothing about any of the characters until like right as you kill them. And they'll just do that over and over again. I mean, Arknights literally just does it over and over and over again, where you just know nothing about any of the villains until like the moment they're dying. Right, like right before you fight them and right after you fight them, and it's just fucking terrible, and it's just such a lazy writing technique. Like FGO is covered in like staple lazy bad writing techniques, and so is Arknights and Genshin and, you know, so on and so forth. Because the thing is, it takes effort. Good writing is actually really hard. That's the thing. It's actually really hard. And it requires wisdom and experience. That's completely necessary for good writing, right? You know, you need... Pacing is hard. You know, being able to maintain mystery, but then also giving them enough information to keep them interested and also to understand the villain enough to care about them and whatnot. That requires, you know, effort, right? That requires planning. And like, you know, good dialogue just again just requires wisdom and whatnot.
つまらん
And what I've noticed in like the last 15 years, I'm just restarting. This team is ridiculous. Like this is just gonna take so fucking long. What I've noticed in the last like 15 years is such a like a lot of staples of fan fiction, like writing, aren't really staples of fan fiction writing. They're just bad writing because a lot of people that wrote fan fiction were inexperienced, unwise, didn't have an editor, didn't talk to a lot of other writers, and they did a lot of like teenage logic ways of addressing problems, right? A lot of like, early fan fiction and probably even fan fiction now, right, is a lot of like teenager unwise methodology to writing. I'm sorry that it can offend people, but it's just the truth. And I've noticed in the last 15 years, those styles of writing have become adopted in writing in general, right? And there's been like a degradation in like wisdom and learning from your elders and just good writing technique, right? And that's spread to movies, to books, to everything. A lot of like these just dumbass techniques, used in fan fiction are now in like fucking Hollywood blockbusters and AAA video games and everything. They're everywhere. Okay, so hopefully that's Bond. No idea, but no, it's probably QP because it's Da Vinci. Da Vinci is pretty consistently used for QP. I don't know if I believe Lost. This is a lot of not double Bond, a lot of Black Grail. What the fuck is that one doing? It's Bond for caster only. Well, that's no good. Okay, there's double Bond. It's not Buster, but like I like how I just can't get what I actually want, right? And that's so common with the support list. Happens all of the fucking time. And this is actually going to be an issue too because MASH is AoE. And look, you always have to be careful about becoming jaded and those kinds of things. But I think Lost will back me up on this. As you get older, some of it's not being jaded and stuck in your ways. Some of it is you're actually wiser and you're looking at all these people that aren't wise and it's like, you've got to be fucking kidding me. Right? Like you just see people, do stuff again, like saying the sky's not blue. And it's just like, some things are worth entertaining and some things are worth analyzing and whatnot. And some things really aren't. Okay, I have 12 team costs. Never know who the fuck has what equipped. This is great. I'll just give him something that does damage in case I do end up needing him. I don't think I have the team cost for a 5. It's not humanoid, fuck. See, that's quick. There's a Buster one in here somewhere. Oh my god, finding anything. Yeah, it's like the old 4-star Ren one. I'm not sure my ult account ever really did anything with that. You know what? This is 30% attack up for 3 turns. That's not terrible. That one's, I think, art. Yeah, I know which one you're talking about. It's like the old 4-star one. It's funny that Shiro's art. I cannot fucking find it, though. There's just too many craft essences now. And thank you for the Twitch Prime, dude. Magic Zinni, I guess. Yeah, I may not have even kept it on this account, honestly. Whatever, that'll have to do. I question Mash's ability here, but we shall see. And like, just to me, oh my god, I remember this way back when I like streamed FGO more. I had said, you know, that Fate Stay Night wasn't written that well, and there was all these people on the Reddit Discord that were like, see, you can discredit anything this guy says because he thinks Fate Stay Night is not amazing. And I'm like, that's because Fate Stay Night's not amazing. And it's just funny that someone would be like so confident that Fate Stay Night is like this amazing piece of literature, right? That you would think that, when like only someone that's like really biased to Fate would think that. No, you're not gonna, like, if something is really well written, someone that doesn't know the thing or like the thing will be like, oh yeah, that's well written, right? No one says that about Fate Stay Night. Literally no one, right? Like, it's absolutely not like a great piece of literature. I'm sorry. Now, subjectively, I can enjoy Fate stuff. I enjoy Fate stuff a lot, right? But I can still, you know, be like, oh yeah, this is dumb as fuck. Oh yeah, but she has to wait her turn. Ugh. Yeah, there's no way for her to like jump straight to the goods. She's gotta wait. It doesn't even like, it literally doesn't matter that she gets around the evade.
神明国名これは多くの世界多くの夢をつなぐ我らが誓い証明せよどうだカルデース正面から叩き込むブンブンブーンフルパワーで
Did she just say boom? I don't think I ever noticed her saying that before. Mash is a Chune, dude.
デッドカウント簡易測定
何が見えるかな
白兵戦行きます
Completely unnecessary battery. Alright, let's see the damage. This better be fucking amazing for all the like extra effort she this account I just clicked the wrong fucking unit. I'm getting so sick of this fucking stage, dude. I should just fight a different node. Like, this evade is just running everything. It's funny because this is the easiest stage on my main account. It's like, because coup. It's just, it's so easy. Mash sucks for this though. Like, having to wait a turn just makes this crap. I should get all this stuff. I'll do this once though, just cause. But yeah, her having to wait really sucks. I wish there was a way you could tell, like, in the profile which NP you wanted to use, or like which order they go in, like gun and the defense one and shit like that. Like, it's such an annoying factor. And he does NP drain. Yeah, this boss is so fucking annoying. There's no winning here. Yeah, there should be an option to always be gun mode or never be gun mode. Because I've already seen that, where I'm like, I don't need damage at all, I just need you to defend the team. Hopefully, in 3.0, she won't be a main character, so, you can just use whichever form you want. Unfortunately, I think they're gonna make 3.0 connected to 1.0 and 2.0. Like they said a long time ago that Nasu was making an outline for both. But I think recently off memory they said they were leaning towards making it connected, and I really don't like that because Nasu even said that he never planned on like there being anything past 2.0, so it's like it's not gonna work. And he even said he'd have to change the ending a little bit. So I'm just like fuck that. And it's like, it's fine if MASH is in 3.0 or whatever. You can have like adult MASH. It's like a background character, or, you know, pops in every once in a while, or, you know, is like a major character for one of the stories, or is the mentor figure, whatever the fuck, right? But I don't think they really need to be the main character anymore. There's really no reason to do that.
これぞ大軍師の究極陣地。耐えらずの地破ってみせる。
That is not the reason I wasn't liked. I know exactly why I wasn't liked. Like, casuals will randomly say, you know, it's annoying that everyone likes Ku now because of that guy, but that's not it at all. It's because it's because of Rexlent and Exnia. Like way back in the day, they said some stupid shit, and I disagreed with them, and they just like started such a hate train because of that. Rexlent stopped, and I think he grew the fuck up, and I think he's matured a lot over the years. And some of the stupid shit he even did, he apologized for, but Exia never did, and he had just such a hate boner for me. It was insane. Like, I remember he said, like, on Reddit that, you know, Baldy was, you know, power creep and was going to be amazing and could, like, back then, you know, everything was a lot weaker. You know, we didn't have command codes. We didn't have faux pas. There's all kinds of stuff we didn't have yet. And he was saying, like, you know, he could wreck, you know, Hercules just like Ku, right, from Nerofest. And I was like, I don't think so. I was like, I don't think that's going to work. And I was explaining, like, why. And that made a bunch of bullshit drama. And there was something with like Brunhilde before that. And I remember when Nerofest came back, and then Baldy was stronger than he was back then. And, you know, Cairo had a maxed out Baldy, and he couldn't do it. I mean, he kind of could if you got crazy fucking lucky. But that was only because, though, we had extra systems now that made him stronger. But yeah, there was always just a lot of stupid drama because of that. And look, there's plenty of reasons not to like me, and that's fair, right? And I'm a big advocate for this. Everyone is not gonna like everyone, and that's healthy and fine, right? I can think of so many reasons why someone would not enjoy my stream. That makes like total sense to me, and that's no problem. The issue I had was there was a lot of lying and like assumptions of bad faith that would go on, right? And that's where that's because bias, right? And like people, that's something you have to really work on, like everyone does, because so like subjectively people don't like me, totally fine, right? That's no problem. But because they subjectively didn't like me, they would try to interpret anything I said or did in the most negative light possible, and because of that, a lot of times they would just be like really wrong about things that I would like say or believe and do and stuff. That's how you have like that guy on Twitter a while ago that was saying that I advocated for people getting banned for using emulators. I never stood for that, ever. I would never cross my mind. Ironically, I always said the opposite, where I'm like, I hate these fucking companies that are against emulators, right? Because FGO's been against emulators, and in the past, they're actually, do y'all remember this? Years ago, FGO would put out patches to specifically break emulators, right? They would try to do things to make the game not work on emulator, right? And y'all remember, I was crazy against this shit. But because, you know, people don't like me, they want to interpret what I say negatively, right? And again, everyone does this. It's not unique to me. I'm not like, oh, boo-hoo, I'm a victim. This happens to literally everyone on the planet. No, I don't think that guy was a rage baiter. I looked through that guy's posts and stuff. It's very, look, people do this all the time when someone says something stupid. They're like, oh, no one's that stupid. They're just trying to, like, troll and stuff. No, people are that fucking stupid. If I've learned anything in my time on planet Earth, is there is way more fucking stupid than anyone thinks. Like, holy, people are awful, man. Like, people they will make the worst assumptions. And, you know, when I meet an individual, always give them the benefit of the doubt, right? I never assume someone is a piece of shit. But there are so many people on Twitter and shit that cannot figure out how to form a goddamn, like, argument. Because, like, that's people where, like, they come out of because that guy was, like, coming out of the woodwork because someone else was hating on me, right? And then they, like, chime in, like, yeah, that guy sucks because one time he did blah, 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 blah. And it's some stupid shit that never happened, right? They just got, like, some bone to pick with you that they've held on to for, like, 5 years because, like, you banned them in your Twitch chat because they said some dumb shit or whatever. I have no sympathy for these people. I really don't. Like, most of these motherfuckers, like, they don't know how to behave, right? Like, they'll go into chat and stuff, and they have no manners, and they have no idea how to behave, and then they get banned, and they act like their freedom of speech is being censored. When it's like, bro, you just walked into someone's house and shat on the floor, and then got surprised that they trespassed you, right? It's ridiculous. And like I remember once I went into the Reddit Discord and in very good faith. It was the only time I ever like typed in there, and I tried to bury the hatchet with Xneon, all these like and Rexlent and like their posse of haters that they had cultivated. That they would like hate watch my streams, and I was just calm and tried to be nice and tried to bury the hatchet, and they were just being snide and sarcastic and acting like teenagers, and I'm like, okay, no, this just isn't gonna happen. Right, and then they just keep hating and then trying to interpret my stuff in like bad faith, like I'm the one that's doing this. I don't know if you can find it because if I'm not on the Discord, you can't look at my message history, but it's on there. Where a long time ago, I went on there and I tried really hard to just like bury the hatchet and communicate like adults. And Xneon in particular was just like constantly saying stuff like a snide teenager and like just such dumbass, like trying to be ironic stuff. And I'm like, okay, this is just, there's no having a conversation like this. But Rexlent stopped being an idiot. Like, he grew the fuck up. And I could always kind of tell, like, when we had drama, I could tell he was the more mature. Wait, we don't need to do this one anymore. Well, we really never needed to do it in the first place. I don't really know which one I should do on my ult. Because I don't play the ult a lot, I'm not really familiar with, like, what it actually needs. Like, what mats I'm short on and stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, this game is old as fuck. And, I think we've all said stupid shit, right? I think everyone, like, on Reddit and content creators, everyone said something that's wrong or, flawed or whatever. And, like, I can't stand when people try to, like, nitpick some random thing that someone was wrong about and act like then, like, everything they've ever said is wrong. It's just, that's stupid. That's dumb. Because, like, Xneon said all kinds of stupid shit, but I'm sure he said a bunch of shit that's true. Right? That's just, that's it. That's simple. I don't need to throw the baby out with the bathwater, right? Like, if Xneon says something that's true, it's true, right? It doesn't matter that if one time he said one thing that it was misinformed on or is backwards. Because I know I've said, and a lot of times I'll also just misspeak. I'll just, like, I'll try, I'm dyslexic as fuck. I'll want to say X, and I'll just say Y. And I won't even realize that I did it. Right, like I'll say, art up when I meant to say, Buster up or whatever. And then, so and most people are, have in good faith. They're like, oh yeah, he just flubbed, right? Like I remember I use this example a lot because it stood out to me. There was this guy that made a YouTube video where he was talking about Devil May Cry, and there were several times by context of the sentence, it was unbelievably obvious he meant to say Virgil, and he accidentally said Dante because your wires get crossed and they're brothers and shit, right? But it was just so obvious by the context that he meant Virgil. Like the sentence didn't make sense if he said Dante, right? And then the comments were nothing but people nitpicking that and like throwing out his entire argument because of that. And I'm like, you are so dumb, right? Like that's so fucking stupid. But that being said, literally everyone has said something like, oh, this is good when it's not. Or, this synergy, this stacks this way, but no, it doesn't, it stacks that way. Especially in the early days, a lot of people had no idea how the fuck this game worked. Like, holy fuck, when FGO, I just guessed. I remember I just guessed, you know, like, I don't even guess, but I would try to figure it out, and you just go with what you have. When this game wasn't on NA, like, and the game hadn't blown up yet, right? Like, when I got into it, it was JP only, and there, in English, there were no resources, right? I'm sure there were resources on the Japanese side, but there were, back then, there were very few English-speaking people playing anything. Right, so like figuring out if things were adaptive and like how how art up worked, like if art up affected NP gain and all that kind of stuff, that shit was really fucking unclear, right? And on the English side of things, it was a lot harder to find data on that stuff. And so hardly anyone knew fucking anything. Like it took me a while to figure out how the fuck that stuff worked. Because one, I also just like figuring shit out for myself. And I've always been like that, where I don't want to look things up. And then back then, there wasn't a lot to look up. So there was so much fucking misinformation back then. And I'm sure I got loads of shit wrong. I know for a fact I got loads of shit wrong. Because I was just trying to figure it out myself right back then. And then people use that as like, oh, see, this guy has no idea what he's talking about. It's like, no, it's like if you play Elden Ring, Night Rain, and, you know, it's in fucking Swedish, and there's like no Swedish community, you're not going to know how the fuck that shit works. And especially if you're just trying to figure it out yourself, right? Like, if you're like, hey, I want to figure out Night Rain as best I can, right? Of course you're not going to, like, because there's some weird fucking interactions in FGO and in Night Rain. Actually, Night Rain's probably weirder. Oh yeah, that's another thing. I really can't stand people that do this, right? And again, because I give people a lot of like leeway on this because the game is so fucking dumb. The game tells you if you do like an art NP first, right? It's part of an art chain, or art's not a good example. Like Buster, if you put a Buster NP in part of a Buster chain, everything in the UI tells you that Buster NP benefits from the damage, right? But it doesn't. It does not do that. And I remember when I was new to FGO, I remember experimenting with this stuff, and I remember like using Gilgamesh a lot because I like Gilgamesh, you know. And I remember messing around with trying to figure out like, because you use Aya and it's not the same damage every time, right? Now there's a million reasons for that. You got the low high roll system, which the game doesn't tell you about, and also especially in Japanese, in your English speaking, you're not gonna know this. You have the alignment stuff, attribute stuff. Right, and then you would have things like first place, second place, third place bonus, and then Buster Chain bonus, and you'd be... So I remember just experimenting with this stuff, and I'm just like, what the fuck is going on, right? I remember just being like, this shit doesn't make any sense. It took me a long time to figure out what the hell was going on, because you'd put like a Buster in third place, and as part of a Buster Chain, and it would do less damage. You know, it's just like, what? But then you would do a Buster card and it would clearly do more damage, right? But the UI was telling you that they're the same, right? That stuff was super confusing. And then yeah, like card performance up stuff was really confusing. So yeah, it took a while for me to figure out what the fuck was going on there. But yeah, people would just like, I don't know, people had this like idea, and I'm sure when I was younger, I could have done a better job of dispelling this. But like, I've always with FGO just been like, I like the game and it's fun to like do shit, and I like using low stars, and I like, you know, figuring shit out for myself. That's literally the whole reason I like the game. That's the whole reason I've played it. Right, and I definitely like making videos that like are like pragmatic, I guess. Not even necessarily budget, but like it's a team format, it's a team concept that will work well, right? Like you don't have to use these servants, but if you like you play the style of team, it's good for this boss. That's like always what I've done. And so I try to, so that's why I don't use Poster Girl, right? Because so many people don't have it and that's irreplaceable, right? Like that's always what I've done. And like the community like definitely got this like idea that I'm like trying to be this thing that I'm not, and I don't even know how to describe it. I often see people negatively and positively talking about me in a way where I'm like, that's not, you know, that's not what I'm doing. I'm just trying to play my game here. Thanks. The NPs are highlighted like they get a bonus, but they don't. There's so much stuff wrong with the UI, dude. Like it's weird after 10 years they haven't fixed it. And I blame the game. I don't blame the community or my, like, when I got things wrong, with shit like that, it's not my fucking fault, it's the game's fault. Oh yeah, and Reddit got really mad at me. There was one stream or YouTube video or something, this was pretty early on, where I said I didn't like Reddit, and they got really mad about that. I mean, they got really mad about that. That was a big drama. And it's funny, I wasn't even talking about the FGO Reddit. I was just talking about Reddit. Right? And I've seen this over the years. The entire human population, if they hear you say, I think Reddit's really stupid and promotes like a bad style of communication, almost the entire of the human race will agree with you. Except for Reddit. Right? Except for Reddit. Which they're biased. And they'll treat you like you're crazy and you're ridiculous and your points aren't valid and blah, 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 blah. But yeah, I remember there was a stream where I was like, I think Reddit sucks. And I think the whole upvote, downvote, being able to censor people and everything, this is terrible for communication. I'm like, I've never, and I felt that way long before FGO existed, right? I never liked Reddit. I'd always thought Reddit was dumb. And yeah, they got pissed at me at that. And again, I wasn't even talking about them in particular. Yeah, Reddit's fucking insane. And so the Reddit Discord's also fucking, I mean, Reddit in general is insane and Discord in general is insane. And when you have a Reddit Discord, I think those are extra insane. I don't think I've ever seen one of those that's good. Like the Vandictus Reddit Discord's fucking nuts. Like Jesus. Like if you ever want to meet people that have lost a plot and will interpret everything in bad faith, go to a Reddit's Discord, right? That's like the pinnacle, dude. And some people, they're just too close to it, right? When they're that close to it, it's hard for them to like see that. Like my Discord has some crazy fucking people on it, dude. Like holy fuck. Like just terminally online people. Like ask Cairo, dude, because Cairo, you know, used to do FGO and all that. I'm sure he'll back me up on this, where like you'll have these people on like Discord that take it way too seriously, right? Like it's their life, right? And like if they can't understand nuance or any of these things, and they'll get so angry. Like I remember people got mad at me and Cairo. Cairo got more of this than I did, because Cairo wouldn't ban people that would criticize FGO. They got mad at him for that. It's like, you should be more loyal to the game and blah, 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 blah. It's stupid. And it's one thing if someone's criticizing the game and is like using slurs and you know, that kind of shit, then that is a good reason to ban someone. But it was literally just people being like, I don't like this thing, and here's why I don't like this thing. You know, like explaining it. I would have expected more damage than that. I guess I didn't buff that much. But yeah, they're just terminally online. Yeah, dude, Cairo had so much drama because of that. Like, seriously, ask him about it. Shit's nuts. But I've noticed there's just, it's like, there's people that use Discord or Reddit casually, right? Like, you know, they'll look at the news on Reddit or the funny memes and like what's upvoted and but they don't go into the comments and they don't check it constantly, you know, all day. And you know, people that pop into Discord to chat here and there. Oh, there's a new story and they want to talk to people about it, you know, and that's fine. Those people normally aren't an issue, right? It's the people that they're just on, like, I don't understand this. They're on Discord all day. How do you do that, right? Like, and it's not just like their computer's on and like they're on Discord. No, they're on Discord, right? Like, anytime someone says anything in like the general channel, they always have to chime in, always. Right, and it's like, holy fuck, what is wrong with you, right? Like, I hate to say this because it's like condescending, but it's the fucking truth. Go touch some goddamn grass, dude. I used to be so terminally online to such a point I stopped eating. People need to understand that the internet isn't healthy. Yeah, like it's fine if used in moderation, right? Like all things. What happens is people become like reliant on it because, and I don't say this to attack them. I say this with true sympathy in my heart. I really do. They are using the internet as a crutch because their life is miserable, right? And look, I am not trying to put these people down. And when someone is in that state, because a lot of times they're in that state because their parents suck or the city they live in sucks, or both, or they have, you know, mental health issues. There's so many reasons why someone is in this situation, right? I am not attacking you, but there's a lot of people that are terminally online because their life sucks, right? And it's not good medicine, right? When your life sucks, you need help, and the internet is not where you're gonna get it. Like, especially on average. Of course, there's exceptions. You know, there are great people online, and some people will have met, you know, really helpful people online and fixed their life because of online. You know, there's always exceptions to the rule. But, like, on average, the internet is not where you want to go when your life sucks. It absolutely is not. Especially when you're using it with, like, you know, poor levels of moderation. But a lot of times people are too close to it, so they can't see that. Like, the internet is for fun, right? And sure, you can learn cool shit on the... Like, I'm a landlord, right? I'm not ashamed to say this. Unironically, there have been times where I've used the internet to, like, I don't know how to fix this, right? And I need to look up how the fuck you fix this. And you can find some old guy, old handyman that's been doing it his entire life that will show you how to fix it, right? I'm not too proud to say I've done that, right? That's very useful, right? There's plenty of things about the internet that are crazy, crazy awesome and super, super useful, right? So, like, don't get me wrong, but yeah, you can't use it as, like, this fucking crutch. Yeah, I think internet obsession really hurts people that have problems. Like, or you got, at that point, you need to just, like, step away. It's kind of like some people can drink casually, right? Like alcohol. They can drink alcohol casually. And some people can't. They literally can't, right? So they have to stay away from it completely. And I think the internet is like that for some people, which sucks because, you know, there's a lot of fun to be had on the internet. But yeah, I really do think it's like alcohol, where it's like, you know, some people are capable of doing it in moderation and not affecting them really negatively, and some people just they can't touch the stuff. You know, if they touch it, they're going to become an alcoholic. You know, reality's mean, man. Like, you know, things don't always work out in the nice, fair, neat way that we wish them to. Man, I really expected Hunterface to do more damage, although I don't think I've leveled up the assassin class tree, like, at all, so my ult's definitely going to struggle with this. And, you know, I got to bring Shakespeare and everything. What's a better one for me, then? There's the Saber one. It's just, all I've got is Gil, and they're not weak to AI, I would suspect. I could summon a damage dealer. That's not actually off the table. I can't support, like, Karna, for example, super well, though. Let me see. Especially because he needs to be in the front. Oh, I should do that. Let me see. But yeah, I never had an issue with all the FGOers that didn't like me. Right, that never bothered me. What bothered me was all the bad faith, like, interpretations of what I would say and do and stuff like that. Because I've watched plenty of streamers where I'm like, man, this is not my cup of tea. I'm out. Right? Like, that's totally normal. And I'm a pretty extreme kind of guy, I guess, the best way of putting it. So it's pretty normal that people are gonna bounce off my stream. But yeah, oh my god, all the, like, bad faith stuff and like hate watching it. That was just weird. That was one of the that was the it was like 10 years ago now. But that was the one time that I don't know how to put it. It's like most things that happen on the internet I expect or I'm ready for. I'm not, like, freaked out by. But the one thing that happened that really, like, I don't know how to put it. It wasn't like I was scared for my safety or anything, but it was like it was so jarring to me. Is when I realized that Xneon and all of them were making their own discords to watch my stream, and like, because they don't want to chat in my chat because then they'll get confronted because they're pussies, right? And the internet does this all the time. This isn't unique to me, but I didn't know about it at the time. This happens to, like, every streamer that's ever existed. You know, they'll make their own Discord or chat, right, to shit talk you, but again, they got to do it behind your back, right? And so they were literally watching my stream. You know, a lot of people were watching my stream, you know, and then like talking about it on a Discord to just like hate on me nonstop. And I'm not surprised people don't like me, none of that stuff, right? But that's a level of like dedication that like I can't even comprehend, because there's streamers and stuff that I don't like. I would never do that. That's insane behavior, right? Like I would, like low tier god is a very disliked streamer. I would never, and I'm honestly on low tier god's side on this case. There's all these like obsessive like hate watchers of low tier god. They're losers. I don't like low tier god at all, but like those people are fucking losers. Same for Dark Side Phil. Dark Side Phil has done and said all kinds of stuff that I think is bad, lame, and stupid. But these obsessive haters of those people are so lame. You are so fucking lame. Like, get a fucking life, right? Like, I would never, you know, make a Discord server to watch low tier god or Xnia or whoever the fuck, and like behind the scenes be sitting there like, you know, chatting about how dumb they are, how stupid they're. That is so lame. I can't like, that is like one, it's like so much lamer than like what Darkside Phil has done and stuff. Right, and again, Darkside Phil's done some really lame stuff. I mean, really lame stuff. But like, that is just, that is such a level of like loser behavior. And I don't go around calling people losers very often. I really don't. I think that term gets thrown around like too willy-nilly and stuff. But that really is loser behavior, and you need to cut that the fuck out if that's something you do. That's so lame. Like if I saw like Kai the Gamer, right? He's got a YouTube channel. That's my best friend in real life, right? If I ever saw him doing that, I would instantly call him out on it and try to get him to stop. I'd be like, this is terrible fucking behavior, right? Like that is just awful. It's one thing to like, you know, occasionally, you know, watch like a highlight, something might blow up on Twitter because Dark Side Phil like try to scam someone or whatever. You know, that's fine. I get that. It's just like obsessive watching him like 24/7 and like clipping everything he does and you know, making YouTube channels dedicated to you know, hate watching him. It's just insane. I mean, like that's insane behavior. And again, that's like a level of like dedication that I can't fathom doing that for something I don't like. Right, there are things that I'll go above and beyond for and put a lot of time into and whatnot because they're things that I like or I care about, right? Like I've had a lot of like I've ran like my own business and stuff, right? And I put a lot of effort into that, right? But that's because I care about it and it affects me, right? I'm not gonna like obsessively hate watch somebody, right? That's such a bad use of your time. Right, and I'm not saying you don't have like, you might have a valid criticism, like there's plenty of valid criticisms of me, you know, Darkside Phil, whoever the fuck. You can have a valid criticism of somebody and not be like obsessively like stalking them, right? That's nutty. The more, oh fuck, why did I bring Mozart? The hell am I doing? But yeah, when I found out that there were, you know, actually multiple Discords of people like hate watching me like that, that was just, again, I wasn't even about me. It wasn't like I was afraid for myself. It was just the fact that people would do that, and like there was a lot of people that would do that. I was like, that's crazy. Like that's actually crazy behavior. That was like the one thing that happened in like my FGO career that like, I don't know what word to use, but it surprised me. It just like shook me, I guess, in a way, right? It didn't like, you know, I didn't lose sleep at night or anything, but like I was just like, what the hell, right? I was really like, what the hell? That is so strange. You know, somebody like insulting me, that doesn't faze me at all, right? I'm like, of course, you know, that's just normal human behavior. Two people not getting along, no. Fuck, I've really messed this setup up, and this doesn't give other people battery. All right. We're gonna CS here. Besides, I bet he's got the command. No, he doesn't have the command spell boost thing. I guess if there's one thing you don't buy in the tree, that is the one you don't buy. Like I've only bought the command spell boost on the Lancer tree. I just avoid it on all the other trees. I do have it. Oh, maybe it's because it's not my servant. I never even looked into if that mattered. Like, I never looked if it only affects like your own personal stuff or other people's. Yeah, I want to save resources. Yeah, I just don't like care enough. I've noticed the internet is like really bad about communicating, right? Like, there's been people that like I've worked with and that worked for me that I had a problem with, and I just talked to them like a fucking adult, and you know, you hash it out. And you may not hash it out in a way where you like each other, but you at least resolve it and fix the problem, right? Like I've had like maintenance people that work for me and have had problems and stuff, right? But you just, and sometimes you decide, okay, in future we're not going to work together anymore, right? But you handle the contract that you have and the job that you have professionally, right? I've never had a problem doing that. People online are just, they can't fucking do that, man. Like, they can't, like, put their, like, I could talk to anybody from, like, all this online drama and, like, in a Discord call or whatever, and just use a calm, normal voice and no problem, right? I'm not gonna get angry, nothing. But most of these fucking people, you know, they want to, like, talk behind your back, and they operate in a way to try to not get confronted, right? And I never like that. Like, if you got something to say, just say it, man. Like, just get it out there and hash it out. There's no point in all the, like, backseat, you know, innuendo, you know, bullshit. Like, just fuck all that nonsense. So I'm lucky, though, because of my own, like, business. I don't have to work a regular job if I don't want to. I do sometimes, just because I like it. Because when I first retired, I realized, I'm like, no, I want to work. I just like immediately felt that way. And I moved to this new town, you know, it's a more small local town, and I want to know the people, right? So I got a job that's like, you know, interacts with people and is like a local, you know, close by. And that's been great. I love it. But the thing is, I'm lucky because I don't have to do it. I'm allowed to vet, and if I kind of detect that I think the work environment's toxic, I won't do it, right? I can just say no, like, no problem. And that a lot of people at no fault of their own they don't have that luxury, right? And so, you know, a lot of people will have to work in an environment sometimes that really sucks. And, you know, they'll have bosses that are like I'm talking about that, you know, won't communicate well and won't hash a problem out, and, you know, or, you know, biased, or, you know, really emotional about it or whatever. And, you know, my friend Kai said this once. When I stream, I kind of go like hide mode, you know, but that's not actually how I like talk to people. I do that because my stream is like my vetting room, right? It's okay to, and I think some people kind of don't understand this, right? Like, this is a place I can cut loose because it's my space. It's like my house, right? This is like punching the bag, right? To like vent frustration, right? When I actually deal with people, I never get, you know, I go out of my way to keep it professional, right? And I think most people do, in my experience. That's the thing. Most people actually do. Now, of course, you have because people will look at Karens, you know, and like, you know, the bad customer gets posted online, and yeah, those people exist, of course, right? But those are not the majority of people, right? And there are a lot of people that might be like dumb, but they're not rude. Most people really aren't rude. Like, they really aren't. It's just the shitty, rude ones stand out a lot, right? Yeah, there's no IRL. Because the thing is, Oberon isn't real, right? I don't know how people don't get this, right? FGO's not real. It's not a person, right? It's like if it's not. I can't stand people that conflate that, right? And for example, if I do work on a deck, like a wooden deck, like in real life, if someone criticizes the way that's built, that's not them saying I'm a bad person, right? They're criticizing the deck I made, right? That's just crazy to me, right? Like, these things aren't real. That's why it's so funny, because a lot of my haters have frequently tried to get under my skin by like praising Van Gogh and insulting Ku, and it bounces off so hard, right? Because I guess they think that I'm like them, right? But it's like, it means nothing to me, right? Like, it does. I don't care at all that you think Ku hell, I think Ku looks dumb, to be fair, like rubber suit and all that. But like, if you don't like Ku's character or whatever, and a lot of them don't even care. They have no opinion about Ku. They literally just hate him because I like him, and they're just trying to get under my skin, like I said. But it just completely bounces off of me because, like, I don't give a fuck. Like, I think if someone likes Van Gogh, that's great. Good for them. Like, I mean that. Like, good for them. I hope they get them NP5 and 5 summon tickets, right? Like, I hope everything goes perfect for them with that character, right? That's great, right? Why should I like be mad that someone else likes the thing I don't like? Like, blue cheese is disgusting, okay? But like when someone else wants blue cheese with their chicken or whatever, you know, they can have it. Let them have, I hope they enjoy it, you know? I think it's nasty, but you know, go nuts. I think ranch on chicken is dumb. I don't like mayonnaise. And look, I'm serious. There's no difference. There's none. People get all artsy fartsy about this stuff. There's no difference between someone creating a piece of art, a character, and someone making mayonnaise. It's the same thing. Yeah, there's different levels and degrees to like what type of skill it takes in what area, right? The skill for like artistic expression is different than like culinary arts and stuff, but it's still something someone worked on and created and made, and it's not a person, it's a product, it's a thing, it's an expression, it's a, you know, it's not you, right? And so if someone doesn't like mayonnaise, they're not insulting the creator of mayonnaise, and they're certainly not insulting the people that like mayonnaise. Because that's another thing. I am so fucking tired of people getting insulted on Nasu's behalf when Nasu's not even insulted. And from what I've seen of Nasu, he is not thin-skinned in that kind of way, right? Like, he knows there's all these different kind of artists that have different kind of preferences and whatnot. And I've never seen anything about Nasu that would imply to me that he's offended that some people don't like Fate Stay Night. At all, right? And I am so tired of people, like, defending Type Moon and like, oh my god, you're being so mean. Oh, I'm sorry if the multi-million / potentially billion-dollar company has its feelings hurt because I don't like mayonnaise, right? Like, it's stupid. Like, get that shit out of here. Like, I will never be offended on Armored Core's behalf. I can't even fathom that. Like, I have endlessly seen people not like Dark Souls and Elden Ring and what. I don't care. It's fine, right? I literally don't have a problem. I don't feel any kind of way that someone is like, man, I don't like Dark Souls. And I don't get why, you know, all these people like Dark Souls. That doesn't bother me. But now, I might, you know, get into the trenches if someone, like, makes false statements, right? They say things about, like, Dark Souls that aren't true, right? Like, and then I'll combat that. But if someone doesn't like it, that's fine. I can't even fathom, like, needing to defend from oh my god, Miyazaki is going to be so offended that this guy said that he thinks Elden Ring is poo-poo pants. Oh my god, I don't think like, that's so horrible. Who gives a fly? I'm sure he's fine. Thank you. Like, the man has plenty of money. I hate Jello and it makes me puke. I like Jello, by the way. At least most Jello. But why would I hate people that enjoy it? Yeah, no, that's the thing. I'm not insulted that you don't like it. And I don't need to defend the companies that, you know, invented Jello. Like, are you kidding me? What if someone said DS2 is the best and it has no bad hitboxes? I will simply point out where it just has bad hitboxes. That's like literally what I'll do, right? I'll literally like bring up the data and be like, look at these fucking hitboxes. And a big thing about Dark Souls 2, because what everyone does that defends Dark Souls 2 is they'll point out bad hitboxes in the other games. Which, one, 2 wrongs don't make a right. 3 lefts do. But Dark Souls 2 has more consistently bad hitboxes on like really mundane things instead of like if you look at pinnacle bosses, the other games are pretty much just as bad as Dark Souls 2. They really are. But like Dark Souls 2 has bad hitboxes literally all of the time, and this is where it really matters. The reason why Dark Souls 2 gets brought up more than the other games is the way you mechanically interact with these hitboxes, right? So there's plenty of Dark Souls 1 sloppy hitboxes and Elden Ring sloppy hitboxes, but generally because of the way the iframes work in that game and like the direction the attacks go and like how long the hitbox is there, it doesn't matter, right? There's no practical issue with the hitbox, even though the hitbox, if you literally look at the hitbox, it doesn't match the weapon or the attack correctly. And don't get me wrong, there are a few attacks like in Elden Ring that are really bad, right? There are a few hitboxes like the grab on the fire giants in the DLC, the furnace golems. That grab hitbox is terrible, right? Like super bad, and it does matter. But Dark Souls 2, their hitboxes are bad, like some of the other games are, but like the way the game's like iframes are and the movement is and like where the lingering hitbox is, it matters, right? It has a tangible effect on the gameplay, and that's why it gets complained about more. Like, Dark Souls 2 fans frequently have this, like, idea that people are picking on Dark Souls 2 because they just want to hate Dark Souls 2. Nobody wanted to hate Dark Souls 2. I wanted to love that game, right? I love Dark Souls so much, and I was so excited for that game. I wanted to love the shit out of it, right? But it's not, these criticisms are valid. You don't, it's like, you don't have to agree with how much they matter. You know, I can put up with the bad hitboxes and enjoy the game anyway. That's totally fine, right? But people aren't picking on Dark Souls 2 for shits and giggles, right? They're doing it because Dark Souls 2 does, is abhorrent to their senses, right? In a way that maybe it's not to you, but you know, these hitboxes come up more often for Dark Souls 2 for a reason, right? It's not people being stupid or not understanding. It's because like the game itself, the hitboxes are in a more practical way are worse, right? Just because the hitboxes are mismatched in the other games doesn't change the fact like the way players are interfacing with it is worse in Dark Souls 2, right? And yeah, obviously it has a lot more problems beyond bad hitboxes. I mean, yeah, the world design. I mean, the movement's number one for me. You literally log in that game and just try to like move your character around in the tutorial, and it just feels awful, man. It feels absolutely terrible. That's definitely the movement is my biggest complaint. Adaptability is a terrible fucking idea. Soul memory is a terrible fucking idea. And see, here's the thing, like, Lonely from our Discord and stuff, and most Dark Souls 2 fans that I think have integrity, because that's the thing, there's a difference between like a disagreement with integrity and not. The Dark Souls 2 fans that I see as having integrity are the ones that are like, yeah, adaptability was a dumb idea, and soul memory is a dumb idea, and the hitboxes are bad, and all, but I love it anyway, right? And I love it because of this, and this, and like I love, you know, I like these boss fights, I love the fashion, I like the design of the world, and the I like the story, I like the character. You know, that's great. That's all valid. Those are all valid reasons to like the game, right? What I always get annoyed at or will argue with or whatever is when people aren't making valid, you know, criticisms or defenses of something, right? Like they're lying or manipulating or downplaying and stuff like that. And just like with I can defend Ninja Gaiden Black without having to like obfuscate its terrible camera. I just, yeah, the camera's bad. You know, I accept that. I can look past that and enjoy it anyway because of this, and this, right? And it's like, I think that's valid. Like, I think that's a valid way of defending Ninja Gaiden Black. Or if I'm just like, oh no, the camera's fine, you're all just stupid, and you just don't understand how to use it, that's not valid. I do agree Dark Souls 2's PvP is good, kind of. Like, it's actually not good, but not because of the PvP design. It's not good because of soul memory and adaptability, right? Because once you're really high level and everyone has a bajillion iframes, it just starts getting really stupid and you can't punish anything, and everyone's level 500 and everything, and then it just sucks, right? And like just having to deal with it, and also the balance is really bad. And I think Dark Souls 2's PvP right now, like today, is some of the worst because all the hardcore PvPers are cheating, right? They're all like item duping to like get and having their friends drop them items so they don't have to use soul memory to get that item leveled up, and then reloading the save, and or using cheat engine to like give themselves the souls that they want and everything. Like they're doing all these things to min-max their level to soul memory ratio, so then it's just not fair, right? They're so much stronger than someone that's naturally in that soul memory bracket. That's so prevalent in Dark Souls 2. I think it's like crazy garbage, right? Like it's crazy fucking garbage. But the actual mechanics of Dark Souls 2, I agree, are the best. Like to this day, I agree they're the best. I think Elden Ring is the next best. Elden Ring just has a damage scaling problem where everyone does too much damage, right? Everything's too threatening, so everyone's too scared to do any mix-up. But like I do agree that the mechanics of Dark Souls 2 is the best. Like it's the best by a lot, honestly, because like you can be aggressive, you can be defensive. It's the most like a fighting game. All of the games are actually like a fighting game. The other ones are just like a bad fighting game, right? Like Dark Souls PvP is almost 1-to-1 how a fighting game works. There's a 3D element and that kind of stuff, but like the punishing and whiffing and spacing, it's all fighting game. It's all fighting game. And Dark Souls 2 is the most like a good one, right? Where like mix up and neutral matters, right? Aggression matters, right? Where the other games, a lot of that stuff is really fucked up, right? And like a lot of times it's like really reactionary and shit like that. And it's not good. Yeah, Dark Souls 2, especially when like people didn't know how to min-max soul memory and weren't cheating. That's a big one. They're not cheating. It was very good. I mean, it was phenomenal. And it's actually the one I think. I don't know. I dueled a lot in Dark Souls 1 because it was the only game at the time. But I dueled a crap load in Dark Souls 2, and it's the only game I could get my friends to 1v1 a lot. Like, a lot. Every other game, Dark Souls 1, Elden Ring, they'll, like, you know, duel a little bit and have some fun with their character, you know, when they're done with the story, and, like, they'll fight me a few times, and but they won't get in there and really duel a lot. Dark Souls 2 was the only one where a lot of my friends would duel a lot. Like, a lot. And because it's like a fighting game. That's why. It's like, it speaks for itself. So yeah, people aren't... I get why people really like the PvP, but in practicality and, like, how it actually turned out, it ended up being really bad. Not mechanically, but the systems for it got really fucking shitty. Which, you know, it's a shame, because there really is something special there, and I doubt they're ever going to make a PvP system that good again, to be honest. Because some of it was an accident, I think. I will say, I think this is where a fresh perspective can help, because Dark Souls 2 had a lot of fresh perspectives. I think Miyazaki has gotten a little too used to certain things, and he doesn't really examine them again. Right, like backstepping, right? Backstepping is so garbage 99% of the time that, like, why is it even in the game? Right? You can tell Dark Souls 2's devs who are like, yeah, backstepping is really bad. What can we do about that? Right? And they did something about it, and they made backstepping good. They didn't make it overpowered. It's not... You can still play all Dark Souls 2 and never use it. Backstepping is a valid part of your toolkit in both PvE and PvP. Right? Great job. Another system like that was leaping attacks. Right? Leaping attacks were shit. I mean, they were really bad. They were way too slow, wonky. They had awful tracking, and there was really just no point in using them ever. And then Dark Souls 2, you could just tell they were like, oh, you know, that's really niche in Dark Souls 1 and doesn't really get used. Can we make it better? And it's still niche in Dark Souls 2. You don't spam leaping attacks by any means. But they're a lot better. Like, Jesus Christ, they're a lot better. And I have damage just sitting here, but, like, I don't want to whip all this battery, but the fight's going to be over before I'm done with this battery. I could talk about Dark Souls forever. Yeah, Dark Souls is a good example that I can give about, like, criticism and like why I don't really like the way the Fate fandom acts, and a lot of fandoms the way they act, is because, like, you could criticize Dark Souls infinitely more than I've ever criticized FGO, and I'm not gonna give a shit. I think that's the correct way to be. Like, it's a game, you know, it's for fun. You know, art is not someone's life. It's not like, oh my god, I criticized the art direction of Columbus and the artist died. That doesn't happen. That's completely ridiculous. And you should never want to censor people's opinions like that. I think that's, like, so wrong. I think that's, like, really dark, right? Because, like, if people don't like me, that's fine. I don't need to censor people, you know, saying they don't like my streams or whatever. Now, there's a time and place for everything. Like, for example, if I kick down Nasu's door and grab him by the collar and I'm like, oh my god, your writing sucks, I am so wrong at that point, right? I've crossed many lines. Right? You know, Nasu has the right to not interact with me or talk to me or not let me in his house. If Nasu had a stream and he wants to ban me, that's completely fine, right? Like, he doesn't owe me, you know, me getting to air out my 2 cents or anything like that in his own space, right? Now, he can't, like, kick me out of the public square, right? Of course not. I shouldn't be banned off the platform, right? Yeah, great example. I'm so glad you brought that up. That's such a good example, because a lot of people, like, keep trying to, like, tone police me and act like, you know, and not just me. I see this in Dark Souls and everything, man, where someone will make a criticism and people act like, you know, how dare you? Like, you know, no. Like, what's going too far is, like, with Parvati. That was way too fucking far, right? And I'm tired of, like, being conflated with fucking maniacs like that. Just because I bring up, like, this writing sucks, and I cite an example, like, look, this line right here, this sucks. I'm tired of, like, that being conflated with these fucking animals that, you know, send death threats and actually stalk people and whatnot. Like, fuck that. Like, people are responsible for their own actions. I get so tired of this, like, idea online that, like, I have to tone police myself because someone else might take it the wrong way and be extreme. No, they're the problem because they're extreme, right? It's like, I don't remember which writer said this. It's an old-timey writer. It's like one of the classics. Where it's like saying no one, a man, as in, like, an adult, that's how you used to use that word. A man can't have a steak because a boy might, like, hurt his teeth on it, right? That's fucking stupid, right? That is no way to live. That's no way to operate society. Like, just because there's a nut job out there that is going to say stupid shit like that, that doesn't mean everyone else has to be all nice and rainbows.
Yeah, I hated that Parvati backlash. That was way too far. And like again, you're allowed to be like, I don't like Parvati's art. That's fine. You can say that, you know, and you can explain why. And you can go into great detail as to why. You can say you don't like the artist, right? That's completely fine. You don't like their art. You know, that's totally fine. These are not crossing any kind of line. Death threats and all that shit. Because I remember I think their father had just died, and then people were like praising that and shit, right? Again, that's people that have just lost the plot, man, right? Because they're being too emotional, right? They're taking this. It's one thing, like, you know, to like be into something and passionate about something. Like you like your Warhammer models, and I'm sorry, I don't think they call them models. I'm literally not trying to piss them off. I just don't remember what they're called. But anyway, you know, it's totally okay to be into something and to like have a hobby and you know care about it. That's fine. But you know, you've lost the plot when you're like praising that someone's father passed away because you don't like the art they made for a game you like. It's disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. All right, that's like if you want to say Green streams are bad, I don't like the way he talks and blah 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 blah. Totally fine. You know, valid as fuck. But then if you start going beyond that, you know, that's when it's a problem, and it's wrong to conflate the two. But yeah, I don't like this like sunshine and rainbows attitude people get, where it's like you're not allowed to criticize anything. If you can't say something nice, don't say anything at all. No, that's fucking bullshit. Like, people are allowed to say they don't like Mayo, and they're allowed to go into great detail as to why they don't like Mayo. And if you're the one getting offended and all that, that's your fucking problem, right? Like, you gotta regulate yourself, not other people. You know, the other people are only a problem when they go over, you know, a certain line, and that line is not just fucking criticizing something. Yeah, toxic positivity. I've heard about that before. Yeah, that shit's terrible. This is not true. You're denying reality. That's like 1984 shit, dude. And like that's why I like when things are in the open, because sometimes, and I'm sure this happened to me, there's times where I might have a false perception of something. Maybe I think someone is behaving a certain way and they're not. Maybe I thought they said something that they didn't. Right? All kinds of stuff. If things are in the open, it's a lot easier for a mistake that you've made to be corrected. And that's happened to me a bunch in my life, where I've had stuff with like family and friends and stuff where we have a disagreement or a misunderstanding, and the way you hash it out is open communication about it, right? But it's all this like behind the scenes, you know, innuendo bullshit, or just not talking about it at all, or censoring it. That you don't get anywhere, right? Like, it's just like with that emulator thing, people thinking I wanted people to be banned for using emulators. That's never going to, if that doesn't come to light, that misunderstanding is never going to be corrected on any side, right? I mean, here's the thing. There's a degree of insults that are warranted, actually, right? Now, it depends on what it is. You should never be celebrating someone's father died or whatever. But there are times where someone is acting like a piece of shit. Like they're throwing stuff in a store, or they're, you know, bullying someone, or committing crimes. And, you know, there's at some point, it's warranted to call someone, you know, call a spade, right? That's the thing. That's what I don't like, is like this overly positive stuff that's like trying to hide the truth, right? Like, and also like perception matters, right? So if I think someone's a douchebag, it's useful to them, for them to know that I think that they're a douchebag, right? They don't have to agree. They don't necessarily have to change their behavior, right? But it's like the truth is useful, right? Lies are not. And X Explorer, thank you so much for the 43 months. Like, because if someone doesn't like me, I want to know it, and then I want to know why, and then I want to see if I think they're wrong, or if I think I'm wrong. Because if I think I'm wrong, I'm going to course correct. That's the thing, right? Yeah, you shouldn't randomly insult someone over, like, okay, I don't like mayonnaise, but I'm not gonna call the guy who made mayonnaise like a loser or whatever. You know, that's reserved for action and behavior, right? Like, I called those people earlier that are, you know, like stalking streamers and making hate discords to just shit talk them nonstop, and they're like obsessed with them. You know, I'll call that loser behavior, because I'm calling a spade for my perception. I think that's loser fucking behavior. Now, you could think, no, I think that's winner behavior, right? You can have, you know, that's fine, but like, I'm not gonna like sugarcoat it. I'm not gonna be like, you know, I don't like that behavior, but you know, to each their own. I'm not gonna say that, no, because I think that the behavior is exceptionally bad, and I'm just gonna say it, right? I think that's really shitty behavior. some things are just mental illness. That's true. The thing is, mental illness can be like an excuse for bad behavior, and also some people that are mentally ill can still fight their bad behavior, right? It's like there's like if you have a mental, like I've seen this with parenting, like good and bad parenting, where you have a special needs kid for whatever reason, and the parents baby them. They let them use that disability as a crutch for everything, and that kid turns out terribly. Then you have parents that have kids with special needs, and they don't let them use that disability as a crutch for everything, and that kid turns out way better, right? Because it's so easy to use, you know, these things as like a crutch, as an excuse for your own bad behavior, and never improve yourself. And some of the people I know personally that have legitimate disorders, right? They don't use them as an excuse, and they try really hard to better themselves. Right? And because they know they need to work extra hard, and they don't want to, because they have empathy. They don't want to hurt people around them just because they have like mental problems and physical problems. They don't want to put that on everyone else, right? Because that's called maturity, right? Like you're not trying, just because like they're not so caught up on their oh boo-hoo woe is me attitude that they want to put their problems on everyone else, right? They understand that their problems are their problems, and everyone else has their own problems that they don't know about, so they still try to minimize like the discomfort they cause other people. That's fucking maturity. And you know, being mentally, you know, having mental, you know, problems doesn't mean you can't learn maturity. Now it depends, because obviously some mental problems are so extreme you really can't operate like normally and things like that. You know, always exceptions to the rule. People make a lot of excuses for bad behavior, you know, like that's very common, and I don't like it. And you know, I have my own bad behavior, of course, but I try my best to, you know, be upfront with it and you know, communicate openly about it. And honestly, like if someone has beef with me, I'm one of the easiest people to sort beef out with. Like I'll you know, and if you're full of shit, you're full of shit, right? And that's where you got to get your own house in order, right? If you come at me with some dumb shit, I'm not gonna act like it's not dumb shit. But if someone's like, hey, look, on this stream you said this thing, you know, and I have this and this issue with it, you know, I'm going to address it, generally speaking, in a mature way as possible. Now, if you're acting like a psycho, right, then I probably won't. How's the final been? It's just been you know, it's not like awful or anything, but it's been pretty lukewarm, I'd say. It's at least been decent in, like, how do I put this? The gameplay isn't egregious, you know, there's not a bunch of trash mobs and stuff. It's just been some kind of, you know, medium difficulty stuff to play around with. You know, it's been alright. It's been a lot of boss fights. But the story's a bit silly. And, you know, the whole copying the route thing and all that is kind of hard to buy. Nothing, and it hasn't been that interesting, to be honest. Like, literally, take out all the dumb stuff, like with the route and everything. It just hasn't, this really hasn't been that interesting. This is just, because one, we already knew Oglo was another Sakura, Boohoo, Cry Story, yada yada. None of this is really new information. It's clearer now, right? The information is a lot clearer now, and there's a few things that have been sorted out. But none of this, it's not that, nothing really big's happening, right? It's not like, man, this is awesome. We're fighting an AI that summons supernovas. Okay. Right? Like, it's just not, it really is not that interesting. Like, I think 1.0's finale was quite a bit better. So far. You know, obviously it's not over. You know, sticking the landing is a really big part of this stuff, so. Yeah, Lost Belt 7 did feel more grandiose, for sure. It doesn't have to be grandiose, though. That's the thing, right? It doesn't have to be grandiose. Because Nasu said in an interview that they weren't going to one-up Ort. He said that. He said they weren't going to do that. And actually, that's fine. I think that's the correct decision. Because Ort doesn't just exist in a vacuum, right? He's kind of this, like, you know, Type Moon thing that's, like, so been hyped in so many areas that I think that makes sense. And not try to outshine Ort. That's fine. That's not an issue. Because like Guadia doesn't outshine Ort, but Guadia had, you know, really interesting developments and you know, cool moments and stuff like that. Even though I would say even Solomon wasn't like as good of a finale as it could have been, to be fair. But yeah, there's just not a lot of dynamic stuff going on, right? And because the cast is kind of flat, because Elderberry's dead. Here, this I think would have been a lot better, right? For example, Elderberry should still be alive, and most of Ogla's shit should have been sorted out. Like at the very beginning of the finale, they should have sorted this Ogla, whatever state she's going to be in by the end, because she's probably going to be somewhat fine, turn into a god or whatever she's going to be, should have been sorted out very early on in the story, and then she should have confronted her dad on your side, right? Because that's interesting. Right, and seeing what they're going to say is interesting, and how that's going to play out is interesting. And then, like, if there's other people still on his side, you know, why and what do they say and stuff. Like, Kodamine should still be part of this, right? And he should be on Elderberry's side. Ogla should be way more sorted out, you know, at least 90% sorted out. You know, some big finale, you know, she turns into a giant tree, saves the universe, whatever can still happen. But, like, she should be, like, actively in the story right now. Right, you can have the big reveal with her backstory when she's not there, but like pretty quickly after all that, that needs to be sorted out, and then Dad needs to still be alive. I think him being dead just doesn't work well narratively. It can sometimes, but I don't think this isn't one of those times. And it doesn't even have that kind of like direct confrontation doesn't have to be what it is. It needs to be something though, right? Something, right? Something needs to be happening. Right, and then like you could even have the characters from the Lost Belts coming back, like they are, but they're coming back right now in a pretty shallow way. And you could have different ones siding with Elderberry and different ones siding with you, and then you can have like Mars, you know, fighting God Juna. That's epic. That's a fucking finale, man. Right? Like if you have God Juna still on Elderberry's side, and like you know you can like cherry pick who's where and whatnot. That's a lot more interesting than this, right? Like this it just feels pretty flat, honestly. And yeah, like some of the cryptors could still be alive. Yeah, there's just nothing in it, right? It's just it all feels very and you could say, oh, it's because you know Elderberry is very hollow. His plan can be hollow. The story doesn't have to be, right? Like you can have his Earth be hollow and his plan be shallow and his AI be shallow and his route be shallow. You don't need to make the literal game shallow. Thank you. Like, sometimes meta-narratives can connect like that, and it works. This is not one of those times. I made a bad video game because the main villain is about liking bad things. Like, no. No, that's smelling your own farts. But it's not over yet, you know. There's still a bit more to go. But yeah, it's pretty forgettable. If somebody likes it, I'd love to hear why. Like, for the love of God, if someone is in love with this shit, please, in detail, go as ham as you want. Because like, I don't hate it. Like I said, I don't hate it. I'm not like, oh my God, this sucks. But it's just, It exists. I love how I only really have good Buster support, and I can't find a Buster Saber to use when there are so many Buster Sabers. Like, I have no art support worth a fuck, and there's art support or art sabers everywhere here. And then quick. I mean, fuck it, Bedivere. Fuck it, let's go. Let's see. Also, they've just redone the Fujino plotline too many times. And Fujino did it the best. It was the most subtle. It wasn't so, like, on the nose. Sakura and On is a lot more on the nose. And this is really on the nose. And it's just getting a little ridiculous. Fuck NP gain, where you just fire everything. See what Bedivere can do here. I'm whiffing so much battery right now, though. Betty smash, let's go. I know they've done like the Ogla thing is just getting. Look, I don't even hate Ogla. I really don't. It's just it's so overdone at this point. There's no. It's so like overbearing, and like you've had the reunion with Ogla over and over again, and it's just keep like it's way too much, way too fucking much. And like the problem is they're overdoing it. I think it makes people not like her. Oh, some people not like her, right? And obviously some people really like her, but. Yeah, I kind of feel the same way. I don't want to dislike Ogla. She doesn't like her personality and things she's done. She's never done anything that would make me be like, oh, I don't like this character. But the story itself is like laying it on so thick. I'm just like, holy fuck. Right, so he has that damage up. Man, Bedivere did pretty good there. For my account being as scuffed as it is, that's actually really impressive. Yeah, I like Ogla's personality a lot more than Sakura. Sakura annoys the shit out of me because she's like not honest with herself. Her like persona of like super waifu baby mode, that's just obnoxious as fuck. And then she's an asshole at the end of the day. Like Fujino is so much better because one, Fujino's personality is a lot more believable, and then like Fujino's problems make her a little sadistic and warped, but not like to the point of being an asshole, right? Like at all. Like she's like morbid, right? Like she likes, you know, scary movies and watching the survivors die and shit. That's what they say, right? She's not like going out and taking this out on people, right? Way better. But yeah, they've just redone this plotline so many times. It's just really fucking generic at this point. Yeah, the pacing is one of the biggest issues I've ever had with FGO. Because you learn about like character motivations way too late. Things aren't, and then there's so much time where nothing's happening. It's not like they're crunched for time. You have all these stories where nothing is happening. It's kind of like all this stuff with Galahad. Why did that happen so far into the game? Why didn't that just happen in Lost Belt 6 or something? Like literally, nothing about what happened there had anything to do with the OC stuff. You did not need to do it there. You could have done it anywhere. Right? There was no reason to drag that out on for so long. And then also have it resolved instantly. Right? It goes from nothing, 100%. Right? Like, what the fuck is that? Right? Like, you could have done like 10%, 10%, 10%, 50%. Right? Like, what the... There's so much stuff like that in this game where it's just 0 to 100 and we've been waiting around for 30 years. Right? Like, no pacing. Absolutely no pacing. Just so much like self-contained, standalone bullshit. It has nothing to do with anything. And then all of a sudden important stuff. And then back to self-contained shit that has nothing to do with anything. You know so little about Elderberry for so long. And it just... Holy fuck. And Guadia was the same way. Like, I mean, you learn a little bit about Guadia, like, in London and stuff. But, like, they could have done a better job there. Like, FGO and Arknights has the exact same problem. And it's, like I said, it's not a visual novel problem. It's not a live service game problem. It's a bad writing problem. It's a juvenile, like, fan fiction style of writing that plagues everything. It plagues anime. Like, short anime has this problem, right? Like, it's nothing to do with being a live service game. Yeah, and honestly, bad pacing is a real, like, pet peeve of mine, because it's such a big part of, I think, a story being enjoyable. Because, like, I'm intelligent enough. I'm not going to call myself, like, a genius here, because I'm not. But I'm intelligent enough that I'm not going to be fooled by this shit, right? I can tell when you're doing filler. I can tell when you're stalling. I can tell when you're making it up, right? And, like, you didn't have a plan. It's obvious, right? And so... You know, the lack of like integrity and forethought, it shows. I'm not fooled, right? I'm not immersed because it's so obvious like how fake it is. You know, a good story is so good that you don't stop and have to think about this stuff. You don't have to be like, wait, does that make any sense? Like, yeah, Order Call, even a lot of the diehard, I mean, some people still defended FGO, but even some of the more diehard defenders of FGO were like, oh, okay, this is too much. But there still were people that defended it. But like, think how much better this game would be. Think about it. Think of all the few important bits in the Ordeal Calls, because there are some important bits. They're not, you know, about the Ordeal Calls. Like the whole class thing is just made up bullshit, right? They literally just made that up. But like the Galahad match stuff, you know, there's a few bits here and there that are important, right? Now imagine if the various things throughout the Ordeal Calls that were important, and then the finale. Let's also take the finale. All this stuff with Elderberry and Ogla and stuff. If all these things were spread out in a healthier throughout the rest of the story, throughout the because no more Ordeal Calls. They don't exist. They're gone. And all this stuff that matters there, and again, all this finale stuff, you spread that out throughout the Lost Belts, right? And then same for all the like the important shit that happens in the .5s, right? Like the Sherlock stuff that happened in a .5, right? There's a bunch of shit, you know, like one-off scenes that mattered in the .5s. What? Put that in the fucking, you know, main story. Get rid of all this fucking bullshit, right? There's nothing about this story that is benefiting from all this filler, right? At all. And because the thing is, you're going to have to make new story at some point anyway. You're going to have to make 3.0 at some point anyway, right? So just confront it. There's no point in delaying, right? Just get to it, right? And if you do need to delay, just actually delay, right? And because no one minded Epic of Remnant. No one complained about Epic of Remnant, right? So if like, let's say, because in this world that I'm describing, 2.0 would have ended like 5 years ago, right? And if you're like, okay, we need a minute, right? So in the meantime, we'll do some like, you know, Ordeal Call filler stories that are more like self-contained, little Grail Wars. And that's, I think people would love that. That's actually what pisses me off, is there's a lot of like more short-term, self-contained, frivolous fun that I think people will love, right? Because some of the Ordeal Calls actually had concepts. I'm like, hey, this could be a lot of fun. But they're actually held back by being filler instead, right? Because you're like, but I want to get to the finale, and then they're trying to tie in some important stuff. It sucked. Right, having some like generic Grail Wars where we see fun characters and servants come back and see them interact, I think everyone is totally for that. Right, if they're like, hey, okay, you know, we need some time to get 3.0 sorted out, and in the meantime, we're gonna have some just, you know, kind of, you know, filler stories and side content, and like they're not gonna be necessary to complete later on down the road. And it's like just some fun Grail Wars and other ideas they can come up with. That's fine. That's so fine. I think people would, I would love that actually. Right, but just do it in correct order, right? Get 2.0 done and make it have a, you know, nice pacing to it, and then yeah, do your filler. It's done, it's finished, it's satisfying, and now while we wait, now you have your filler. Like that's so much better than this direct, because what you're permanently damaging the story forever by doing the filler now instead of doing it, you know, in between, right? It's just bad pacing, right? Like, again, there was no reason for the Sherlock stuff to happen in the story that it did. And off memory, they even said that scene wasn't supposed to happen there. It was supposed to happen, I think in Lost Belt 6 or something. I forget which one, but it was supposed to happen. And you can tell, because it just has nothing to do with the story at all of the .5. Oh my God, Eli, thank you. That's such a great example. I've had the exact same feeling. I think, unironically, I think Lev Guedia is a really good character, and I think that story is really good, but it's done terribly. Why was the Chaldean, which, you know, is Lev Guedia, why did we learn nothing about him that entire time? Why did he just show up and say like vague bullshit pronoun game nonsense instead of just like, what the fuck? Why can't we have this character arc of like him idolizing Solomon and or more Romani and all this stuff, like, and the why can't, but he's still a demon god and all these things. Why can't we have that played throughout the story, right? Why can't we have that evolve and play out throughout the story and let it breathe, right? And have his own like interactions with other characters, you know, where there's a fun parallel and stuff, right? Why the fuck did we have him just standing around doing nothing and just saying vague bullshit that meant nothing, and then all of a sudden they just drop it all on you all at once and boom, dead, he's gone? Like, what the fuck? Right? And like, and his finale is so, everyone's like drooling over that finale with him. I think it sucks. Now, I like it in terms of like, I like the character and I like what he's standing for, But I'm like, this emotional beat is wasted, right? Because like, yes, I you know, I have a heart, you know, I can feel something when he's sacrificing himself and everything, but it's to solve a problem that they just invented 5 minutes ago, to give them a reason for him to be a solution, right? That's not good. And like, his character deserves way better than that. Yeah, I know, they even used Lev as an AI, I know, in OC1, and they did nothing. I know, now, it's what I'm saying, it's like, it's just, this is bad pacing. And this has nothing to do with being a live service game. Nothing about being a live service game requires you to dump all, actually, it's the opposite. Funnily enough, they're just that bad at writing, right? Live service is actually a better place to let stories breathe, right? Normally, the reason you would have this dump problem is because, English please, but you'd have this dump problem because you don't have enough time, right? Because you don't have enough episodes, right? Or because the game is only so many hours, right? You can't do it. So they have no fucking excuse. And that's the thing. I've been in this camp forever. Type Moon is not good at this. They're great at making characters. They're excellent at making characters, right? And not only that, like, I really give them credit for this, and they really deserve kudos for this. They're very good at making characters that isn't really their cup of tea, but they know it's someone else's cup of tea. And by God, they're gonna make a good cup of tea for that person, right? They're very good at that, right? They're very good at, like, hey, this character's about X, you know, and so we're really gonna do a good job at making this character about X, right? And that's great, right? I think Fate has like the most like the most deep large cast out of all these games. Like, all these games might have fun archetypes and stuff, but they really don't go that deep with a lot of these characters. But yeah, FGO is really good at that, so I definitely give them praise for that. I haven't really been paying attention to if the stuff I'm beating is dropping things that are good. I kind of just think I'll just bounce around, because my ult certainly needs stuff. Oh god, I forgot to turn Discord off. All right. Yeah, let's switch classes here. Oh, we never even fought this one, so I don't even know. That was the main. There we go. There's a unit I can support. I'm gonna have to grail her. I've in recent months, I've always liked the character just fine and the voice actor and everything, but they are such a good 3-star. Now, in a lot of contexts, she's not better than like Robin Hood and stuff, although Robin's a really good 3-star too, but the king thing comes up more than I would have thought, and her modifier is very generous. So she's this random 3-star that will just randomly punch up like a motherfucker. And I like the character, so I'm gonna have to grail her more. She's just way too fun to use as well. And yeah, guns are great. So yeah, Billy's gonna be 121st though. Billy's stuck at like 116 or some crap. So I ran out of coins. Oh fuck, this is the RNG sleep one. I like how you waited to say that until it was too late for me to do something about it. I swear to God, Ace. This music kind of works for this intro screen. How it's like the screen's like shaking violently a little bit. Which boss was this for? This is Arknights. Oh my god, damn it, Ace. I blame you for this. Well, here we wait. Let me look. Oh, this is the CC music. This is like really old CC music. It's the one that I always think sounds like Doom Eternal style. And see, here's some like subtle storytelling. I think that motherfucker my buffs. God, I'm cheating. Here's some like subtle storytelling I think they could have done. Now there was no one's surprised about like the Ogla stuff and her being experimented on and all that. Like there was plenty of people had guessed that a while ago anyway. That wasn't even new. But like, basically how they've done it is all of the Lost Belt trees like kind of vaguely look like nerves, but that's kind of easy to miss. And then these other ones that look like other things we didn't see until now. What I would have done is the very first Lost Belt tree kind of looks like nerves, right? And then the next Lost Belt tree looks something else kind of related to that, like internal, you know, nerve stuff. So you're like, why are all these trees looking like anatomy, right? And don't even talk about it. Don't even say anything. Just have it. That's just a thing. It's just there, right? That would have definitely helped, I think. And just not even that specifically, because like Ogla is like the least of the problems here. That principle, right? Like doing things like that. That principle, I think, would have been really good. Well, that's a little different though. That's like the lab thing. That's way later, and also, you know, that's like that's really not. That's like the opposite of what I'm talking about, because that was kind of how we figured this out, right? The trees are like not really connected to anything yet. You don't really know what they are. They're not part of the lab. They're not. You don't really know how they relate to the alien god or any of that kind of stuff. Once you get to the lab and you see that, that's kind of when we already figured this shit out, right? Because that is kind of... What the fuck? Do they just keep doing this? Where is this Asclepius when you need him? God damn it, dude. And like I said, I was using that more as an example of the principle, not so much the Ogla stuff in particular. Can I, like, do anything? Is this just... What is this Elden Ring? Whose idea was this? Like, I just can't play the game because she's the one that got slept. Thanks, Ace. Saint Trina but a tree. You're supposed to wake up when you get hit, though. This is bullshit. Wait. Does Medea give NP damage? I know she gives Art up, but does she give NP damage as well? I was gonna use Asclepius, but if Medea has NP damage, that's better. She's so scuffed. It's funny, on my main, she's like maxed to fuck out and 10, 10, 10, all that stuff. But she's not grailed. And over here, she's grailed and she is scuffed as hell. Technically, she doesn't need the mirror, but... God, I hate finding this crap. There it is. I probably have a limit broken one, but whatever. Damn it, he too big. Fuck, this account could use some more archers. It could use a lot of things. I don't... You just said all these things about that Digimon game that make no sense to me, but it sounds like FGO. I've done nothing but make XP bags in the Digimon game for the past 2 hours. I've made 400 dragons to feed them to a damn rock. Yeah, that sounds like FGO. That's nice. And see, she's debuff immune, so should work out. All right, let's see the damage. FGO has one of the most annoying level up systems of all time. It's so weird because like getting to the main, I think everyone agrees with this. The main issue with getting a character to 120 isn't any of the things required to do it. It's the time required to just sit there feeding the XP over and over and over and over and over. That's like overwhelmingly why no one wants to do it. And Arknights, it's one click. And you're done. Like, it's just insane. Also, what, dude, seriously, I'm serious. I want an answer. Why is it in FGO, all of the XP takes up an individual slot in the fucking inventory? In Arknights, if you have like big XP, it stacks up to like 9,999. Why the fuck do we have like what? Like how do you even think of that, right? Like that's so much work to do it that way. Like why would you? And like it's one thing if like early on because they were dumb, they didn't think to set it up that way. How have you not thought to think to set it up that way after 10 years? Like I have no pity for this. Like it's crazy. I 100% disagree on most things about FGO is handled with you. Don't care about AUs. Jalther doesn't need one. The AU is fine. Or the UI is fine. 20 fire leveling is fine. Yeah, that was one of those guys that's part of that like Reddit hate mob that's always hated me for a really long time. He's one of those guys. And apparently he was part of that like random ass community I'd never heard of that thought I was talking about them when I wasn't. I've seen this a lot in life when people internalize things. Well, like you'll say something and it's, again, instead of addressing what you say or debunking it or anything, even though you said a general statement like, I don't like when people do this, this, and this, or when games are designed this way or whatever, and you don't even know this person, but then they internalize it and think you're talking about them specifically because they're self-conscious about this thing. And they just out themselves, right? Because then they try to act like they're not that thing that you criticized, right? But then like, why are you taking this personally then, right? It makes no sense, right? Because like, I don't even remember what they were mad about. I had criticized certain things and I didn't know their community existed. I had no fucking idea, right? It was like the, turn attack or whatever the fuck. I don't even know how the rules work. I don't know if it's like how many actions you take affected or it's just the turn number. I don't fucking know. Anyway, I don't remember what I said. I just said, generic stuff that like I just believe about like game design and attitude and how you treat people and communicate and whatnot. And like the way like some, people like manipulate, I think like, like content, try to like hype things up that don't matter and shit like that. Like, they make, you all know what I'm talking about. You make a thumbnail that's like, this changes everything, and it doesn't, it's nothing, right? Shit like that. And anyway, whatever the fuck I said, which I don't even remember, but whatever the fuck I said, set this random community off that I didn't even know about, and they were so sure I was insulting them. And then they were like, and that thing that you were saying about us, we don't even do. And I'm like, I wasn't saying anything about you, right? So like, if you think that you do that thing now all of a sudden, that's on you, not me, because I didn't even know you fucking existed. That shit was so fucking weird, dude. Yeah, I've seen that a lot where people like, you say something not about them, they take it personally, but then they also claim that they're not that thing that you said. So I'm like, then why are you even bringing this up? It's kind of like if you're like, I don't like child murderers, and someone takes that personally, and then but I don't kill children though, and I'm like, then like, why the fuck are you bringing this up, right? It makes no sense. If you feel called out, you need to look within. Now, someone might actually call you out, right? I might say like, I think it was RT or TA, it's like turn attack or something. If I was like, the turn attack community sucks and they're blah, blah, blah. I don't even know what I would say to criticize that community, because when I saw of it, they literally post on Twitter with the hashtag like FGOTA or something, and it's just the like the least amount of actions possible to do something, right? Which I can't say I'm not interested in that. but good for them. I literally don't have a problem with that, right? So again, whatever the fuck I think I said something about also like whales, right? I said something, you know, like, you know, these people that are defending FGO about like the aspects of it. Like, I think I was talking about like how shit FGO's business model is, right? And how like scummy it is with the coins and all this crap. And I was saying these people like the whales defending it, you don't need to listen to, right? Because they're biased as fuck, which I stand by that, by the way. And that got them mad too. I think that's what really started it. And then through the back and forth, and they started going off about this TA thing, which I didn't even know fucking. Also, I don't think anyone in my chat knew it existed either. Right, I remember when it came up, we were all just like, what the fuck are they talking about, right? That was like a big, I have no idea. But yeah, whenever you feel called out by something that they're not addressing you specifically, you need to look within, right? And if you're, you know, if that thing you're, you know, that they're calling out, that's like, you think is bad or they think is bad, if you don't, like, you know what, I've looked within, I don't think I actually do that, then there's no problem, right? There's literally no fucking problem. And again, it's like the not addressing things in earnest, right? It's like, so if someone says something and you think, you know, they think it applies to you, but they didn't say that, ask them, right? And then if they say, yeah, I think you are someone that does that sometimes, then you go, okay, well, I don't think I am because of this, this, and this, right? Like, have a goddamn conversation, right? Like, all the, like, you know, loop-de-loop bullshit doesn't do anybody any good. Yeah, it was kind of like speed running. I think that was kind of the shtick. I could just tell though that whole thing was just bullshit though. It was emotion, not logic. It was like a lot of those people that were part of that community had beef with me from the past, and a lot of it though they can't really articulate, or they don't really have anything tangible. But they have a bad vibe, right? They don't like my vibe. And so they want to like pile on and like, yeah, green sucks. Which if you don't like me, that's fine. But, you know, there was so little like substance there in that whole fucking debacle. And I could be wrong, you know, but in my point of view, the reason that was such a debacle was because I was being intellectually honest and they weren't. I was being very upfront about what I think they were doing once it started and what I was doing, and they weren't, right? Because even if I'm wrong, if I was like, hey, you know, I think they're doing this because of this, this, and this, they never would like, address it. They'd never be like, no, I don't do that because of this, this. They wouldn't, right? It was all just sneaky bullshit. It was very teenagers, like high school stuff. FGO drama is always like high school stuff. I've noticed internet drama has a lot of crossover with just the mindset of how people behave in like that teenage years of their life. Like not growing the fuck up. I think we all occasionally enjoy a little bit of dirt like that, but there's a limit here. I don't like the cut of your jib. Yep. Yeah, chat's the first one to say that. You could technically speedrun a stage in FGO. Like, in my opinion, if you wanted to, this is hard because different people have different hardware, but I mean, unfortunately, that's just how it is. But if it was me, right, if I wanted to do speedrunning in a game like this, I would set it up where turns don't matter, amount of actions takes don't matter. It literally is time. And you could say, well, there's a lot of RNG because like the enemy might have different animations that have different speeds and stuff. Welcome to speedrunning, right? And that's also why I don't really get into like really hardcore speedrunning. I like the surface level like techniques and stuff that go on in speedrunning. But when it gets down to the nitty gritty of like which world record beats what, I don't give a fuck because most of it is just RNG and stupid shit. Like, oh, the boss happened to do that animation instead of that other animation. At that point, I don't fucking care anymore. And same in FGO, but that's how I would do it if it was me. But you know, they can do whatever the fuck they want. If people want to like base it on actions taken or, you know, turns or whatever, you know, go nuts. Yeah, it's kind of the same principle in my opinion of it's easier to fool somebody than it is to convince someone they've been fooled. Because like if someone is doing, and because in like Plushie's case with that whole drama, I am not that familiar with Plushie's stuff, right? I really wasn't. I had only really known about Plushie because occasionally he would comment on my videos and stuff, and I always thought he seemed cordial and nice to me, so I never had any beef with him whatsoever, and I was always so surprised when he got so mad at me because I'm like, I never had a problem with this guy. And like I'm not trying to insult him like he's beneath me. I just don't like, I'm not that like hooked into the internet a lot of the times, right? So like I literally just don't know, like I didn't know he did that TA stuff. No fucking idea, right? And so like random things that I had said over the years, he thought was about him, right? I remember him saying that like on his Discord. Like I think one of them, and I'm not even going to stand by this because I have no idea if this is true, but like he took it as like I was insulting his thumbnails and stuff at one point. But I never was insulting his thumbnails because I don't know what the fuck his thumbnails are, right? And so like his thumbnails might be totally fine, no fucking idea. But like if again, if you internalize something like that, it's like that's not my fault, right? And it's again like it's easier to convince someone, it's easier to fool someone than to convince them they've been fooled. Because like if you're actually having bad behavior, like maybe you do have bad thumbnails, and it's not even that big of a deal. I don't think having like shitty thumbnails is like some crime, right? If it's like 100 tips on how to survive Night Rain. I don't like it. I think that content is not something I'm going to act like I like. I don't, but I'm not offended by it. It's not like, oh my god, how dare this exist? I think it's dumb, but whatever. And I think we all made thumbnails. It's gonna make somebody mad. I'm sure I've made thumbnails. People are like, and that's fine. It's fine. It's not a big deal. And if someone ever pointed out a thumbnail to me that like doesn't follow my own standards, I'll change it. That doesn't bother me at all. It's just a thumbnail. But yeah, if you are partaking in like bad content creation or whatever, it's super hard to convince someone of that, right? Like if someone is like the guy that's like being really clickbaity and like pandering to fads that they don't even believe in and shit like that, and being like view whorish and stuff like that. If you're doing a lot of these things that you yourself have a negative perception of, because you might not have a negative perception of that. You might be like, no, I'm playing the game. I want my YouTube channel to succeed, so I got to play the thumbnail game, and that's sure, then go for it. But like if you actually don't like those things and then you do those things and your friend is trying to tell you that you do those things, right? They're gonna have a really hard time, right? It's just like it's hard to convince someone they've been fooled, right? And I've seen that a lot in the online space. It doesn't have to be FGO. I mean, that's just something I've seen in the online space a lot where people will agree X is bad and they're doing X, but they won't like admit it to themselves that they're doing X. And then, maybe they don't think X is bad, and that's a whole other thing. When I see an optimized as fuck speedrun, I definitely appreciate it, and I understand what goes into it, right? But there is a point of where I'm like, I don't really care, where it's like in Dark Souls, for example, right? Like the RNG to get the Black Knight's halberd. That's not really something I find interesting about it at all. Right, and like some of the GoldenEye speedruns and stuff, some of the things that need to happen to like get it to work are dumb as fuck. Now it's kind of interesting to know that, right, and know like that's what's going on. But then at that point, I'm like, I don't want to do this though, right? It's like if what's required is just this dumb. I don't care about the 5-second difference between these two runs because you can have a guy that performs technically better but had got worse RNG. Then you have another run where they performed slightly technically worse. They still performed technically well, but then they got better RNG. I don't like that run more. I don't. Like, I literally don't, right? Understanding the difference is cool, and that kind of thing. Yeah, and I would never, like, begrudge somebody for doing it, right? If someone likes speedrunning that way, that's fine. It literally doesn't affect me. Right? So like so let's say you have 2 Dark Souls speedrunners or GoldenEye speedrunners or whatever. And one of them plays better, technically, but doesn't get as good of RNG. The other guy plays slightly technically worse, but still plays well, and then gets really good RNG, and his run is faster because of that, right? I'm not going to insult that guy that got the better RNG. Now, I'm not going to lie, right? If I'm like, hey, this other guy performed technically better. Look, in this part, look, he's doing this better, right? I may mention that, right? But that's like talking about earlier about insults and people having thin skin and all this crap. That should not be a problem, right? Like me saying my perspective of like, yeah, I respect this run more because he's technically more proficient, right? That's to me, that's like totally fair criticism, and I'm allowed to have that point of view, right? Yeah, I've seen you do a lot of speedrunning stuff. I mean, look, I'm really mixed on speedrunning. There are aspects of speedrunning that I love to death, and there's aspects of it that I don't like at all, right? But I'm not offended by anybody that likes them, right? I know lots of people are super into it, and great. I mean, have fun. To me, a lot of shit that they're doing, I'd be like, that would make me miserable, and I don't want to do that, right? But if they're having fun, you know, that's great. You know, it's not hurting me. But, you know, I have my own views on, like, what I think is interesting to watch, or what I think, you know, makes, you know, an interesting skill. Like, what are you mastering in this game to go fast, right? Like, I have my own barometer of what I care about, and they have their own barometer that they care about, right? And that's why I like when people just hash out their ideas, because I can articulate any fucking thing that I believe, right? If I like one speedrun thing more than another, or a certain category, or a certain game more, I can abso-fucking-lutely explain why, right? And hopefully the other person can too. And at that point, that's how you learn shit, right? Because they might explain, you know, they might explain why they like this style of speedrunning that I don't. And even if I don't agree with them, it's nice to know, right? And it's nice to see, you know, how they see it and why they like it and blah, blah, blah. And I must have done something really wrong in this this run here. We haven't done that much damage and almost everyone's dead. All right, let's see. Oh, it's only on turn 2, so we must have gotten fucked up. Yeah, I think there's a big difference between grinding, getting really good at a section, like mastering a jump, or performing a glitch consistently and stuff like that. That kind of grind is different than grinding the RNG of like getting the Black Knight Halberd to drop, or getting the right shit in Minecraft to happen, or what. That stuff I don't give a fuck. Right? Like, oh man, I had to do this for a week and a half, but it's literally, you know, just RNG in the game. I just don't care. Right? I'm not mad at you for doing it. You know, you could do it for a month if you wanted to. Well, yeah, if you're not consistent, you're not going to take advantage of when good luck happens. But some people, that doesn't change kind of what I'm talking about, because you still, if you're not willing, because you can get consistent. Someone can get consistent at like doing the technical part and then not want to just sit there and grind the dumb shit over and over again, right? They're not mutually exclusive, right? And like, that's why I don't really care. The RNG part, I just don't care about. I care about the consistency part, you know, for the skillful stuff. Like, the more RNG a run is, the less I care about it. And that's any video game ever. My favorite speedruns are generally games that have less RNG. Now, unfortunately, because video games are held together by glue and duct tape, there is so much under-the-hood bullshit going on in these games that normally result in RNG that you wouldn't expect. Some of the games on the surface, you would think there's no way this speedrun would have a bunch of RNG in it. And then they start running on the walls of the arena that you're not supposed to get to, and like all kinds of stupid shit happens. And yeah, some of them I'm just not interested. Again, I have never had even the slightest. I think the only issue I have with the speedrunning community I can think of, and this applies to thumbnails and stuff again, and this applies to sports. This actually applies to a lot, and this is an issue I have with a lot of stuff. Is the professionals, the enthusiasts and stuff, they will know what's going on in a fighting game match or in speedrunning and stuff. Like, they know when it's just RNG bullshit, right? And things like that, right? So you have the community that's like hardcore, that understands something, right? And then they try to present it to the audience, the grand audience at large, that won't understand these nuances, and they'll try to present it as something that it's not. That I don't like. Now, that's not unique to anything. I am literally not calling anyone out. I have nothing in particular in mind here, but it's that same principle of like, someone knows a game very well, and there's like a flavor of the week, you know, waifu and FGO added or whatever, and they're like, they make a thumbnail like, this changes everything, you know, don't miss out on this, you're gonna brick your account. And they know that none of this is true. They know it's bullshit, right? But they're trying to present it to the public like it's some grandiose thing that it's not. I don't like that ever, right? I don't like that in sports. I don't like that in speedrunning. I don't like any of that shit. I like fucking honesty. When something's dumb as fuck, it's, you know, or like it's just RNG, you know, and they try to like obscure that kind of stuff and like act like, you know, certain things are what they're not. I never like that. And I don't think speedrunning is like I'm not calling them out in particular, right? I've seen speedrunners that do that kind of thing, but I see that in like lots of areas of life. That's a very common like human behavior where you try to like present something to the audience because you know they don't understand the nuance of it, and you're trying to like make it look better than it is, right? And we all do this. I'm sure I've done this in times in my life. It's kind of a natural thing that people will do. It's just, to me, it's something you should fight against, and when you notice it, you know, don't want to do it. Yeah, it's like, save this unit or you'll brick your account. And because, you know, to be fair, sometimes people have different levels of like what they think is hard or what they think is valuable, right? Someone might legitimately think, you know, this thing is super important and you don't want to brick your account. Or they think this boss is really hard when other people think it was easy and all that kind of stuff, right? Just, you know, there's plenty of wiggle room here, but yeah, it is clout chasing. That's a good way of summarizing it. It's just clout chasing. And because a lot of times people will say clout chasing and it's like, well, what's wrong with wanting to be popular? And I think the insult of clout chasing isn't really about actually someone wanting to be popular. It's them using kind of underhanded methods to do it. I think that's the distinction. And yeah, if someone's like legitimately putting in the work and doing the stuff and doing something impressive, I have no problem with them getting clout, right? But yeah, there is like that try hard, you know, kind of clout chaser that you know is like, they're not really earning it, right? And they're trying to use like underhanded tactics to just get what they can and stuff. And you know, I think, and we all are selfish and we all, you know, want to be praised or whatever. So some degree of that is understandable, but it can definitely get out of control. And I think speedrunning has that as an issue, but I don't think it has it as an issue in any like, it's not any bigger of an issue there than anywhere else. I think the only reason it might be slightly worse there than some things is simply because speedrunning is popular, right? So there's, you know, more eyes on it, so that encourages people to like do stupid shit to get clout. But anything that's popular will have an increase in that kind of behavior, like no question. I mean, in my experience, and you know, I you know, people are gonna get mad if they hear it, but there's been plenty of FGO content creators that basically just hype up every fucking thing and act like every fucking new thing is either super terrible, right? Because you can spin that as hype too, right? Like they're just, oh, this is so worthless, or it's just so good, and look how strong this thing is. I've seen so many clickbaity like bullshit stuff in the FGO community over time. And again, it doesn't really matter. It's FGO videos. I'm not losing sleep over this. But I'll call a spade, right? And some of it's probably young people too, to be fair. Like some people probably just get excited about the new toy and like legitimately like, oh man, look, how, you know, this is so big and impactful. And, you know, that's fine. You know, it doesn't necessarily make them wise or correct, but it's not malicious. Yeah, and it's because the meta's kind of been figured out, because, I mean, there are a lot of easily manipulated people, and so it's kind of been figured out when you exaggerate and, like, don't miss out, don't, you know, people have FOMO, right? Oh, I don't want to brick my account, right? So it works, right? That vagary bullshit, it works. And I know some content creators that are honest about this. I've seen some, like WoW content creators and shit, and, like, WoW is a joke of a game, but, like, I've seen people that play the thumbnail game, and they'll just be honest about it. They'll literally in their videos be like, yeah, I know it's lame, but look, I need the views. I want the money, right? You know, it is what it is. And most people at that point are like, okay, you know, fair enough. And I'm the same way. I'm like, yeah, you know, if that's what you want to do, that's what you do. You know, if you own it, you know, what am I going to say? You know, if you're like, this is what I want to do, it's worth it, then, you know, good luck. Don't have a level 100 Black Grail. Feels bad. Because, like, I have sympathy for just the human condition, right? You have people out there that their parents were really shitty to them, and they didn't, you know, they had a hard time in school, and it's probably because their parents were shitty, and So they don't have any recognition, they don't have any validation in their life. And so, you know, they want some, and that's not a crime, right? That's a pretty normal ass human behavior, right? It's just, you know, for God's sakes, you know, sometimes you do have to rein it in. And like, there's reasons, and like, I believe people, because I feel this way to an extent. I don't need the money from Twitch or YouTube. I don't. But I do like having an active community, right? So, I want my, I'm always mixed. I don't want my community to grow too much. I hate it. When my community was at its peak, I hated it. I truly, it was too many people. It was too much stupid shit. It was too much drama, because when the larger you are, the more other channels care about you, right? And I don't want to be involved in any of that stupid bullshit. I don't fucking care, right? And it ends up just getting silly. So yeah, when my channel was at its peak, did not enjoy that. But you know, if I had 5 viewers, I wouldn't really like that either. Just not, and if those 5 people were awesome, then I'm gonna still care about it. But you know, you want enough of a community to have a conversation and, you know, get excited when new stuff happens, and, you know, I like that. You know, I get great joy out of that. Like when a new boss fight comes out and some people like it, some people don't. I love seeing the comments and like why they liked it and didn't like it. I love that shit, right? I'm very interested by that kind of stuff. So yeah, there's a degree of size I do want to have. But at this point in my life, so much has happened in my real life, and I have other responsibilities. I don't like care that much. It's like, yeah, if I can, you know, maintain this and keep it going, I will. I value it, but I'm not gonna, you know, I'm not losing any sleep over this shit, right? I got plenty of other things to do, so it's nice, but it's not that big of a deal. I think some people, especially when they're young, they get like hooked on it, right? And they can't get off of it. And, you know, again, they may not have good like recognition in their regular life, and maybe they didn't have good parents and stuff like that. And I think they get kind of addicted to the clicks and the likes, all the social media stuff, and yeah, they don't know what to do without it. I mean, there's a lot of people in my chat that I value a lot. I mean, like, I've become good friends with Poi and Lost and plenty of others, and that's great. I love it. And like all the dumb jokes Ace makes, you know, it's great. Like, it's more fun. There are some games I like to play off stream just because, like, some games I don't think are good stream games, right? But like, if I play a new game, it's fun having like Ace there and making snide remarks and stuff. It's great, right? Like all that kind of stuff. I enjoy that. It enriches a lot of experiences. So yeah, I do really like all that stuff. And like, you know, I like watching Cairo, you know, play games and stuff. Yeah, that's not gonna do shit. I guess I don't really need to wait for. I was gonna bust her up like a cool crit or something, but that's just not gonna happen. Okay, what kind of damage can Deer Mid do? Get the defense down from Ku. Yeah, I feel the same way. So like Ouroboros is a streamer I really like watching, and when most of his streams, his chat's at maybe a little fast for my taste, but it's at a speed that it's enjoyable, and I like it. But sometimes, like, maybe it's a new content dropped in like the Souls, you know, like FromSoft games. Like if Elden Ring 2 comes out, his chat's going to be hell on earth. It's just, you know, it's too much. It's way too much. And that sucks because I want him to be successful and whatnot and get the money. But yeah, it does suck when the chats are going a mile a minute. You know, you can't really talk about anything. Every time you lose when playing something off stream, I hope you see me calling you a lesser ninja in your mind's eye. Things normally go better off stream because, you know, I concentrate on the game specifically, but yeah, there's plenty of death in various games. Wow, he didn't. What the fuck was that? We had okay crit chances there, and we didn't get any. Like, I wasn't expecting, you know, 2 or 3, but like a crit would have been nice. Not a great setup I had here, but this boss feeds you NP like candy. Always like when you have 90% crit chances and they don't crit. Oh my god. Random pet peeve, just fun time to vent. Over the years, so I'd have like a challenge quest fight or something that I knew very well. And I would know what a good run and a bad run was, right? And I'd post a video and, you know, somewhere, it's like a 17 turn fight. And somewhere in the video, you get a 10% crit. And it might even happen to be on the last turn or whatever. Right? But somewhere where, like, on that turn, it looked like that really helped. But in the grand scope of the run, you didn't have good RNG at all. Right? Like, it's like, I know it because I've done it a bunch. And you'll get comments, like, focusing, oh, you only won because of that 10% crit. It's like, yeah, never mind the 7... 80% crits that didn't land, or that NP that low rolled like a motherfucker, or the boss triple critting. Never mind any of that shit. Because I remember one time I thought about doing this and I realized how stupid it was, and so I never did this. There was a run where I knew for a fact I didn't get good RNG. But there was a moment where it looked like I got good RNG, but I knew throughout the run I didn't. Right, at all. And I thought about resetting and recording it again just for the perception, but then I realized, because I was thinking through all the times that I've played, that's impossible, because you'll have fights that are like 20 turns. You're never gonna have a run where something lucky doesn't happen. You can't. Right? I basically never had a video where something lucky doesn't happen and a bunch of unlucky stuff doesn't happen. There's just too many variables. Right? And like, what, you want me to reset every time I crit with like a 20% crit? Are you kidding me? Like, are you kidding me? Right? You've got low, high roll, and then failing a 90% crit, or a skill missing, 80% bullshit, and who the boss decides to target, or if they crit. I'm not gonna fucking reset every time something abnormally lucky happens. Like, that's insane. Right? Because at that point, the variance is so high. Like, the average run never actually happens, right? The average human has like one boob and one ball, right? That's no actual person, right? Like, you don't ever have a run where like only the high crit stuff crits and the low stuff never crits. That never happens. That literally never happens, right? Unless it's like one turn or something, right? But like, the longer it goes, like the more bullshit this stuff gets. Yeah, speedrunning must be so much worse. It's literally what like I was just talking about, but so much fucking worse. And the problem with speedrunning too is because a lot of people do cheat, right? There are cheaters that everyone's like really wary, and like everyone's over hyper alert and stuff. Like I remember that happened in my videos. I've always, and I still do, always do this. I try on stream these days. I absolutely will save scum because I just don't fucking. I'm not gonna bother. Like, especially if it's something dumb, like I forgot to click something, or it's just trial and error. I should have cast this instead of that. But like when I make videos, I try really hard to have figured it out before the video. It depends. I do two things with videos. I'm really not consistent. I either like post my literal first clear, and I it's organic and there's flaws and it's like sloppy, but it's like kind of fun. In my opinion anyway, to like see that, like, how did I adapt to this? Or I try to make a run where it's like I really figured this out and executed properly. I like those two kinds of videos. And I've always, and always will, because FGO has a lot of downtime and boring bullshit, I always cut out the wait time between actions. Because sometimes you open up like the attack wheel and you're sitting there for a second, or you go back and forth, you hit the back button. I try my best to always cut that shit out. When I check the Mystic Code cooldowns, I try to always cut that shit out. Right? I literally will cut out a second. If I see a second of just total dead air, I try my best to cut it out. That's how I've always done it. That's how I'll always do it. And I think it makes it snappier. Also, by the way, it's how I sync up the music. Just spoilers. That's literally how I sync up the music. And I've always done that. Literally always done that. Because like if I can control, if I have to like, oh, I need this to hit a second sooner, I can just like not do one of those edits and leave a second of dead air in. Oh, I need it to happen a second later. Let me find somewhere there was dead air that I missed. Right? That's literally what I do. But anyway, people thought I was save scumming, and they always do. I remember 4chan. I've never used 4chan in my life, but people have sent it to me. Right? 4chan apparently, would get mad at me. And they'd be like, oh, he save scums all the time and blah. And it was just stupid because a lot of the turns you couldn't save scum. They were unsave scummable. Look, save scumming is very limited in what you can do in FGO, right? Like, you'll never see a thing in my video where like I save scumming. Evidence of that would be like someone casts a skill where it makes absolutely no sense. Like, there's just no fucking reason to do that, right? That never happens, right? Like, literally, they would just point out, like, the background would change, you know, because time has passed, because I cut out shit. And sometimes, there are times where I'm recording, and I'm talking to you guys on Discord. This actually happened. The Medusa video is like that. And also the 10 million HP one is like that, because the 10 million HP fight was boring as fuck. And so I was actively typing to like Kian and stuff in chat when I was recording that. And there were moments where I literally didn't touch the game for like 4 minutes. And I'm like, am I supposed to leave this in the video? Like, are you stupid? Right, so obviously the background changes a lot though. Because like, I literally didn't touch the game for like 4 or 5 minutes. And sometimes I'll go and use the bathroom or whatever, right? Like, obviously I'm editing this out. Are you kidding me? But yeah, people were like, oh my god, he's save scumming. Like, this was some big thing. And I'm like, bruh. And like, it would be on a turn where it just made no sense. And to that Rexlence guy's credit, this is where one of the many times I thought he was more mature. He accused me on Facebook once of save scumming. Now, unfortunately, this is not his fault. This is how it goes. The accusation got way more views than the apology. But he accused me of this one video of me save scumming, which I don't even know how that's an accusation. But anyway, I showed him the video. He asked me in like DMs to post the raw, and I did. I literally now I don't keep a lot of my videos. I even told him this. I'm like, I literally, like, I don't have the hard drive space, and I got external hard drives and stuff, but I'm not gonna save every fucking, I save the edited version, but I'm not gonna save the raw, right? Because a lot of times the raw is uncompressed and massive file, and like, of course I'm gonna save the edited one, right? Like, but I normally will have the non-edited one around for a little while, right? And the one he asked for, I had, right? I just coincidentally, I still had the footage. And so I showed him the raw, and then he was like, okay, no, I'm wrong, my bad, right? And to his credit, he never brought it up again, and he apologized. And so that was a sign to me that he was a lot more mature, because no one else fucking, because I've done this multiple times. Like, I think the Zeus video, I was like, you know what, I know someone's gonna accuse me of save scumming, so I put it in the description, and then someone accused me of save scumming. I'm like, you dumbass, look at the description. I've done that. There's been like 3 videos where I preemptively like posted the raw because I just knew it was gonna be a thing. Yeah, there's not a save scumming. There's a few things you can do. Like, you can yeah, change the order of the cards to change like what crits. So like, if you see someone put like the low crit, let's say they do BBB, right? Buster, right? So there's no reason to put the higher crit in the front. There's absolutely none, right? And if someone randomly puts like the 90% crit, you know, in the front and like a 20% crit in the back, that's probably save scumming. Although even then, I know I've done this over my many years playing this game. I guarantee you I have misclicked. Because I know I do sometimes. I think we all have been like, whoops. You know, you just kind of like, you don't really think, and you click the 3 cards, and you're like, wait a minute. I just put, you know, 100% crit in the first spot. There's no world, like, don't lie to me, chat. You've fucking done that, and I know I fucking done that. So even that to me wouldn't be enough for me to be like, oh yeah, he's definitely save scumming. And the thing is, I don't care. I literally don't care if you save scum. The main thing is, I had said a long time ago, and I still feel this way. There's exceptions to this. There's exceptions to all rules. But I generally don't like save scumming, right? It's not like, I don't think it's like against the law. It's just that it's not organic, and so I don't really like it. Sometimes I'll do it. Like in fucking XCOM, this song reminded me of this. That fucking game sometimes is just too So, you know, that game can go to a level of frustration. Well, I'll break my rule and I'll save scum potentially when I normally wouldn't, right? But generally speaking, when I play games like Mech Commander and these kind of games, I generally don't like to save scum. Just in it for literally no like big grandiose reason. I just don't really like that, right? I just kind of enjoy that, you know, try to dig yourself out when something goes wrong and all that kind of stuff. But I don't give a fuck. Like, if someone wants, because FGO has a lot of weird trial and error with how the gimmicks work. If someone wants to be like, okay, when I break this bar, are they going to quick charge into an NP? And oh, they did. Let me save scum now and go cast my evade. Now, personally, I think the game should do a better job of communicating this stuff. Like how, because Slay the Spire is actually very similar to FGO in terms of the raw combat. You know, Slay the Spire tells you what they're going to do next turn. So this shit's not a mystery, right? I would prefer FGO didn't require that kind of bullshit, right? Where it's like, oh, they quick charge, I need to save scum and cast David's evade or something. You shouldn't have to do that. But that's not an attack on save scumming. That's an attack on FGO, right? Like, I think FGO should be like Slay the Spire, where it gives you a decent idea of what the enemy turn is going to be. I think the game would just be way more fun that way and more skillful that way. and less annoying that way. But yeah, there are certain things in FGO that are so fucking annoying that I don't blame anyone for save scumming. And like when I'm streaming and I'm not like making a video to like, you know, put out there and like remember forever, I do save scum occasionally, you know, especially if it's like frivolous. It's like, oh my, I'm not gonna reset and do the exact same thing and just change that one thing. I just don't fucking care. And my videos, I think I've saved scum like one time for like, there's something like when I think like the game broke or something. I don't even remember. I've probably done it a couple of times just for like some stupid shit. I kind of want to save scum though at some point because I've actually, I want to make a funny edit about it, like make a, you know, literally show the resetting process and all that. I want to do that. So I need like a quick charge would be a great time to do that at some point. But yeah, I'm sure I've done like minor, you know, resets and stuff just for all kinds of fucking reasons. So, and I think sometimes too, there's times where I'm recording something and it's going well, but then I'm like, oh shit, I gotta go do something in real life. So I gotta turn the recording off and shit like that. Like that's definitely happened. But yeah, my rule is don't save scum, but I make exceptions. If, you know, there's no way I'm not gonna make an exception sometimes for how stupid these fucking games get. Just like with XCOM, sometimes you lose your shit. And my thing with save scumming, it's not even the act of save scumming. It's if you use the save scumming in like kind of a unfair way, I guess, right? It's kind of like in like XCOM, you keep re-rolling to get the absolute perfect outcome that you don't really deserve, opposed to like, you know, undoing some stupid bullshit. Like the terrain gets in the way when it shouldn't, right? You know, shit like that. That's stupid bullshit. But like, I wouldn't like an FGO clear that was like reliant on it. It's one thing if they're like, oh, the boss quick charge, let me reset and cast David's evade. That doesn't bother me at all. Nothing. It literally doesn't bother me at all. It only would bother me if it's like they're like min-maxing crits and stuff, like with the low percentages being in weird parts in the chain and stuff like that. That would annoy me because that's not really like a legitimate strategy as far as I see it. I mean, it's just my opinion. It's a fucking video game. Who cares? But that's the kind of save scumming I wouldn't really like. Which you can only do to a pretty limited capacity in FGO. Is more of a other game thing. Yeah, I'm sure someone has save scummed at some point and done the exact same action. I'm sure that's happened. Like I said, you're pretty limited in your ability to save scum in FGO. There's not that much you can do. Honestly, save scumming is more useful for like, whoops, I forgot to click that button, right? Like, which is one reason why I actually do it on stream more these days. Because when I'm streaming, I'm so much more likely to be like, whoops, because I'm talking to chat and I don't remember. Did I just use my Mystic Code or not? I don't remember, because I'm yapping. So shit like that, I mean, who gives a fuck? Let's go all buff mode and see what happens. I mean, he's 50%, although this helps the normal card. I actually may have done a save scum edit at some point as a bit. I don't really remember. I don't think I have. But I definitely want to. I've thought about doing that before, and I just kind of keep putting it off. I haven't gotten around to actually doing it. It would be especially good if I could find a stage where it just like makes a lot of sense. Like there's some stupid fucking RNG or, you know, quick charge or something like that. Like good example, you know, that'd make it funnier. Canis has done great recently, man. I was really surprised at how well she's done. Like, I was messing around with some of those stages she soloed on stream a while ago, and I found a couple of the units that soloed it, but man, some of those were not going well for a lot of the units. She's just been a surprisingly good unit at some like weird fucking styles of content. Let's see. And I have a feeling with the way they've like been addressing difficulty, I think Canis is going to age really well because they've been trying to do like weird stuff where the stage is AoE but temporarily, then it's single target, then and stuff like that. like ads appear then go away and shit. And like Canis having basically single target with huge fucking crits, but then having, you know, decent AoE and P, that it's come up several times. So, you know, it's pretty neat. All right, let's see what kind of damage we can get here. My only issue with Canis is her Lancer animations are just not that good, and it makes me mad because she came out in an era where they had good animations. Like, you know, Lancelot's animation update was around the same time. He's a 4-star, just like her. And they have very similar attacks. Like, they get in there in melee and hit shit, and his are so much better than hers. And, like, she's a really cool character, in my opinion, so I would have really liked if her animations were better. Like, her, you know, Shield Bash is cool, and the Stomp, Smack one's cool, but, like, the Busters aren't very good. Like, I mean, look at that. That's shit. You know, Lancelot leaps in like that and then keeps hitting them, right? It's way better. Her Ryder's animations are a lot better, so there's at least that. I'll have to grail that one at some point just because of that. So character chat, what are characters that I had a dyslexic moment there. Anyway, what are some characters that you like a lot, but you wish they had better animations that are not like, you know, Mozart? You know, obviously the day one stuff that doesn't have updates, you know, obviously. But what's like a character that like technically, you know, is in the era of good animations, but you're like, man, I'm not happy with this. Yeah, Canis, yeah, no, that's what I say. Yeah, Canis, Protoku too, I feel the same way. Some of his attacks are cool, but dude, the pose thing, it just doesn't work at all. I would say Medea is old enough that it's like really fair to ask for an animation update for her. Hokusai, interesting. Hector, yeah, I kind of agree. Hector's are his animations are just, he doesn't have a lot of them. There's very few. Oh yeah, Boudica, holy fuck, super agree. Give Fujino more combat roles. She really, what's that like Star Trek meme, like unnecessary maneuver or something like that, where like Geordi like does this really fancy like roll under a door that's closing, but the door is just not even close to being, you know, closed. That's kind of how Fujino feels to me. It kind of fits her, honestly. Valkyrie, yeah, that's fair. I can see that. Yeah, they were kind of lazy with some of that shit. And he's got that 100% crit, man. I gotta take it. Yeah, I feel the same way about Blackbeard, actually. Especially his NP. Did not care for that. Yeah, I'd say Edric definitely counts. As new as it gets. OG Orion's animation update was so old that I think that's another one that's it's just fair to expect them to get an animation update. Let's see. For me, I mean, Canis is a big one. Protoku. I have to look at my roster to think about it. Kind of in Kidu, to be honest. He's kind of in the middle. It's not as bad as like Canis and stuff, but God, you guys don't understand. I liked the story of Jekyll and Hyde when I was a kid, and I've always liked it. And I think that story's aged decently well. And I like him in, you know, Fate, and he's just so lame, dude. Like, his gameplay's awful. He was one of the first characters I leveled up, and I was so excited. Oh man, this gameplay's such a neat idea. That, like, his class changes and his skill, like, this is so cool. But I was like, man, it's bad though, and that never changed. Like, he's such a unique character. Like, even after all these years, he's still so fucking unique. And they just don't give a shit. Imagine having. FGO drives me crazy, man. Characters like Shakespeare and, you know, these really major names deserve more love, because you know, Japan doesn't like them. You know, you didn't pick Japanese history, for God's sakes. You picked global history. Like, get with the fucking program, man. I don't think that's even Nasu's fault, though, because Nasu actually, when it was like Fate Stay Night and Fate Zero and all that, he didn't overly hype Asia. He didn't. Actually, the opposite. There was very little Japanese stuff in Fate Stay Night and Fate Zero. Overloaded with other stuff. I think from a business, it's because of business, right? They're like, well, Japan and China are the big markets, so you know who the fuck cares about William Shakespeare in China? But yeah, I still think integrity demands you do them justice anyway. My Berserker form can tank Excalibur. Sure, Grandpa. Let's go get you to bed. You mean like Hyde getting the HP buff? I mean, he did it in the book. He tanked all kinds of shit in the book. That's why he gets all that health. He got blasted by Ozzy and survived. Yeah, Beastly's got it. That's exactly what I was talking about. Yeah, that's Fujino right there. I'm so glad Fujino exists though, because it allows me to point to the archetype like they're doing like with Sakura and Ogla and Morgan and just so many fucking others, and be like, okay, no, you can do this fine, right? It's not like you can't do this. It's just you're doing it shitty like. Holy fuck, I need to level up something. There's very little filler in there, like low-level servants and shit. Let's see. Speaking of Jekyll and Hyde. I know he should have gotten an animation update. I know. That's happened a million times where a character's going to get some recognition like that, and it would be so much cooler if they did that. I mean, they don't put the money into the game. I mean, they just don't. They just don't want to hire people. They don't want to have enough staff to really, pump out stuff like that. And so what the skeleton crew they have, they don't have, they can barely keep up with the mainstream stuff they need to do. So, it sucks, but it is what it is. 577. Okay, who the fuck needs to... It's the ult account, though, right? It's like, I care about 120 a lot more on my main than I do on the ult. I mean, Solomon would be cool. Fuck, I mean, let me, like, take her to 100 or something, just so I'm not... Well, I don't want to waste too many grails. 24 is a decent amount, but I need to be smart about this. I'm not against 120 Hans. Yep, I don't like Astolfo at all, but I totally agree he deserves an animation update. So, we were talking earlier about, like, bias and all that kind of stuff, and I'm reminded that there was a YouTuber way back in the day. Not a perfect person, and plenty of things, I'm sure he said and did that I don't agree with, but he was called Total Biscuit, and I remember this like inspired me a lot. There were certain game genres he did not like at all. Super didn't like them. But when he would cover them for like YouTube videos, he would try his best to evaluate them fairly. Like, he hated platformers. Hated them. But when he play a platformer, he would try his best to be like, okay, well, but people that like platformers though, what are they looking for, right? Does this control well? Is the UI good? Right? He would go really far out of his way to be as fair as possible because he knows he doesn't like them, right? And I've always tried to apply that to myself. That's like why when someone criticizes Ninja Gaiden Black, I don't get mad about it. I'm like, yeah, there are things to criticize about Ninja Gaiden Black, right? And like that always stuck with me. I remember like him making that effort. I've always like tried to aspire to be like that with anything. Like, if I know I'm biased, be extra fair to the other side, right? Like, if there's an opinion I have, try to be, extra. If someone says something, try to be extra generous to their interpretation of what they said and stuff like that. And I fail sometimes. We all do, but that's always something I think to like aspire to be, is like, yeah, I have bias. We all have bias, but then try to, like, okay, I'm biased against this kind of style of game, so let me try to, look at it as favorably as I can through the eyes of someone that does like it, right? So, like, I think it's a really good step if you can be like, okay, I don't like this game, but I bet you people that like this genre of game, they're probably gonna love it, right? Like, you want to aspire to that and not just be like, this game sucks, right? Because this game sucks, you know, that's an emotional, you know, knee jerk. I don't know where to put my XP over here. Like, on my main, I know exactly what I want to grail right now, but your ult accounts are weird. There's always Gilgamesh. I like Gilgamesh a lot. Yeah, I agree. Coverage has gone down since he passed away. You know, and he had his moments of, like, saying stupid shit on Twitter and stuff like that, but, you know, we all do. Yeah, the game industry seems to be trying to course correct. It really is trying. Because the money. They've seen that there's not money in this, like, ridiculous attitude they've been adopting, right? It's going to be a while, though. It's tough, man, because there's a lot of, you know, the trenches have been dug very deep. And you have a lot of, like, influential people in a lot of these companies that are, you know, are trying to do stupid shit, so. But, you know, the Total Biscuit was a human. You know, he's got the same, you know, flaws we all do, so. I was talking about a YouTuber called Total Biscuit back in the day that, like, he tried very hard to, like, balance out his bias with video games. Like, he didn't like platformers, so when he covered platformers, he tried to be extra fair to them and try to, like, look at it through the eyes of someone that does like platformers and not just be like, oh, I hate platformers, they suck. There's Blood Axe. You know, I feel like 100 face. I feel like a 120 100 face. I feel like that's in order. That very fun gameplay wise. She's aged great. I actually have a solo with her. I haven't posted yet, but she did so well. It was sick. And it's just like she NPs so often, so easily, and then the crit down. So many bosses fuck you up because they crit you, and she just doesn't care, right? And like she scales. Yeah, like Beastly saying, I suspect she scales really well at 120 because she's the attack up you get from going from 100 to 120 applies to your NP really favorably, and then she NPs all the fucking time, right? So, and then buys her more time to get her heal off. I was using her recently. I was surprised. I was like, yeah, she really has aged well. I was like, my god, like because she have the cooldown reduction, so she can do her third skill and heal a crap load, you know, twice really quickly and shit. Yeah, she ramps like a motherfucker. Yeah, I think 120 is. I'm very happy with this pick. I need some coins though for her. I bet. I need them to rate up something that I really like. Oh god, I bet you I'm out of coins. Oh, motherfucker, dude. Oh my god. Dude, 3 stars are so bad. They're so hard to get up. In the long run, I knew it was going to be this way. In the long run, it's like the golds end up not being so bad. It depends. There are some golds that suck, but I got to use my XP on something, and this is what I want to use it on, and there's just no way I can get coins right now. And I don't want to roll. Like, if they, you know, rate up Ort or something, I'll fucking roll, but like, fuck me, dude. I don't know what to do now.
Curse you, babe!
And my inventory will get more fucked up if I roll like FP and stuff to try to get 100 face, because then there's more shit going in the inventory. Is she rated up? Let's see. I wouldn't think so. That's a weird fucking character to be rated up right now. Yeah, they're doing extra class bullshit. Yeah, there's no like low stars rated up at all. Oh, okay, there's that one. He really should just be rated up in all of them, really. Damn. Okay, yeah, he is. Oh, wait, there's more. Okay, we'll see. I don't know why so many of those didn't have some of these. Do we really, dude? Do I need to explain anything? Remember that guy that Ace was copy pasting that said the UI's fine? This is not fine. And like everyone's like, oh, but you can click down here. That means nothing because you can't see all of them. You can't tell what they are. That doesn't help at all. That has no bearing on anything. Like this UI is insane. And like Epic 7, a lot of times they have a bunch of banners at once, and they had a way better way of dealing with it than this. Yeah, the problem with FGO, over the many years, I can say this confidently because I have 10 fucking years of their track record. They will just tack on to the existing framework. They won't improve or change the framework, right? They're always like that. They've been very consistent about that over the years of just not you know, changing something or making something to, like, they make a new system, instead of making a new thing for it, they try to fit that new system into an old UI element, and it does not fucking work. Yeah, I've seen you can do that thing. I don't even remember how you do it. I think you like hold the button down or something. Yeah, but I mean, this is shit. This doesn't tell me anything. How would I know if 100 Face is rated up here? Like, that's nothing. Well, it's all extra class stuff. All the 3 stars have been extra class, so. But yeah, next time she's rated up, I'll have to roll because I really do want a 120 100 Face. I can probably burn a few things. I can probably put some stuff in my bank too. Yeah, this is kind of a problem. Okay, at this point, the low star foes just aren't that important. It's not hard. If you're like, hey, I need to get this one character, just fuck it. Oh my god. Let me see if I can use up those foes on something. I mean, I keep all the servants generally, right? I keep 1 copy of everybody, so there's a lot of shit to foe if I technically want to. There's a filter option in here somewhere. That's probably 2K foe. I don't know what I don't know what that toggle is. You know what fixes more filters? Yeah, no, that's their thing. It's more and more filters. It's fucking insane. There's a way where you can set it though to where it only shows things that haven't been 1K foed. What the fuck did I click before? This isn't really doing what I thought it did. I know there's a way to do it. I used to do it kind of often, but it's been a while. Oh god, I hate when like the button you want to click, you think like will close it, doesn't close it, because then like God knows what you just did. Is it here? Because I swear it wasn't. Off memory, it was like pretty easy to do, but maybe they've moved it. Yeah, I think this is it. Yeah, they may have moved it. I don't know. Because off memory, it was like so easy to do, but maybe I'm just old. Holy fuck. That's not one I would have expected to not have it. Oh man, it just gets longer and longer. Yeah, that's what I was saying, dude. The system bloat, and some of these old systems, they just need to consolidate and get rid of. There's just no point anymore. It's like MMOs that never get rid of old systems. It's just fucked up. Like, there comes a point where you just need to revamp some shit. Like, if you're gonna have an ongoing game, you must do maintenance. It's so important. You can't just be blindly charging forward forever. Like, at some point, you have to stop and take stock and do maintenance. It's completely necessary. And they need to, like, get rid of a lot of the foe system needs to be streamlined at this point. They give away 4-star foes now like they're nothing, so they just need to streamline all that shit. Yeah, the bloat is honestly insane. Not exactly a character you care that much about when it comes to attack. In my defense, this is the ult account. But it's like a business and a house, these kind of things, you know, where entropy's like knocking on your door right there. You always have to stop and maintain. You can't just constantly charge forward. Not fucking work at all. Now, you can float and whatnot for a while based on your past success, but it doesn't make the principle good. Well, we've made a good chunk of inventory space. I'm gonna grail her to 90 for sure. Why doesn't XP stack? Yeah, I was talking about that earlier. It's fucking insane that it doesn't. It does in Arc Knights, and you know they use the same game engine, so like what the hell? Donate your XP to me. Nah, I'm gonna need it. As soon as you got a 120, then all of a sudden you don't have enough. God, you should be able to if you have the XP stored up though, you should be able to 120 immediately. There's no reason for this. Like, you imagine how much better this game would be if you could, like Arc Knights, go from like level 80 to 120 if you have the XP and Grails available, and then all the XP is just stacked in one inventory slot. So you could stockpile like as much as you wanted and not have to worry about going to your second storage and all this stupid. I mean, it's just insane. Like, what the fuck is wrong with them, dude? This is why I cannot stand the people defending it. I actually dislike the people defending it more because they're using bad logic to like copium, you know, act like the thing that they like doesn't have any flaws, and I cannot stand that mindset. Yeah, it's the XP not stacking is pretty big problem. I would love for them to, you know, like, okay, 2.0 is over. We're going to do some filler content for a while. You know, things might be slow for a bit, but we'll come back strong later with 3.0, and we're going to really facelift the game, and then we'll market it again and, you know, get a lot of new people in, and all. That'd be great, but I don't think they're going to do that. They should, you know, revamp the UI, XP stacks, all this stuff we've been talking about. It'd be great. But, yeah, not holding my breath. Okay. I'm going to wrap it up here, chat, because I am starving. Need to go eat something. And sounds like the time gate though is not up for a couple of days, so we'll have a minute. Yeah, I'm guessing we're gonna go there and it'll be a whole thing. Who knows? Hopefully it's good. Anyways, boys, thank you so much for hanging out, listening to me yell into the void. I'm gonna go, probably cook some eggs, I think. Make an egg sandwich or something. That sounds kind of good.